Hello? 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 Did I make you jump? I'm so sorry. That's a bit loud, actually. Let's have it like that. How's it going? How's it going? It's been a fun previous evening, shall we say? Oh shit. Thank you. Jesus Christ. Sorry about that. I'm good at this. I'm good at this. That's what we're getting from this. Yeah, it's been eventful. It's been eventful, if you know what I mean. So I was actually just gonna spend like hours and hours today going over all the shit that was going on last night around the trough, but I'm not gonna do any of that because I don't actually need to. It's I think we've got about as much as we're getting from it. And it's been very fun. It's been especially fun watching all kinds of different fucking serious fucking streamers fucking going on about this ridiculous fucking drama. I'm not trying to like literally put him in the fucking ground or whatever. And believe it or not, I don't actually hate him. It's just that I kind of identified a bit earlier on that he is the one actually worth watching in this whole fucking shitty genre that I somehow created. So yeah. Quickest recap I can do. Purple Parry Gaming had a debate with Aiko. A bunch of stuff got revealed, I guess. After all that, Trough ended up talking to Dickers, another streamer who moderated the debate, and then wanted to talk to Trough. It did not go well for Trough. He kind of cracked under pressure, as he has done quite a few times recently, to humorous effect, shall we say. He went on Aiden Underground, got triggered a bunch there as well. He went on President Sunday. Apparently, it turned out that President Sunday and Aiko were like helping him workshop like his responses to me when I was giving him shit when I sent him the thing that I leaked. So that was interesting. And he did some stream this morning where he was losing his shit even more, like crying. Spoke to a couple of people. Someone told him not to, end it on stream because that's TOS. Uh, which I don't know if I should be ashamed that I laughed at, but funny, funny. And yeah, I don't know, man. I think we got quite a few good spurg outs out of it. Hopefully that weird freak Aiko will leave me alone now. Although to be honest, I've kind of benefited from it, really. What I wanted was more conversations about like trans shit. I got to have one, even if it was a bit of a dumb one, with Aiko. One of the people that she wanted to kind of come after me for my so-called transphobia wants to talk to me, and that'll happen. Haven't got back to them with a firm kind of thing yet. We got into trans brains a little bit, and I want to make a thing about that anyway because it's a talking point that is just fucking everywhere these days. We're so like desperate for things that legitimize trans identity at this point. We've come back to the trans medicalist arguments. Oh, the trans meds are right all along, I guess. Well, no, they weren't, because trans brains is bullshit. And hopefully we'll get to have a decent argument about why. I did tell this person that I'm not, this person is trans in some capacity. It's a bit different to when it's some cis fucking loser, grifter piece of shit, panderer, coming along and telling me how I should regard my own issues. It's a bit different when there's at least some pretensions of being trans. So we'll see what happens there. But yeah, I don't know. It's been a ride. I think it's basically over now. Uh what else is there to say? What else is there to say? The true cow was revealed. A whole bunch of people have talked about it. That's very funny to me. And I mean, with Trough, I kind of knew. Where was it? Shit. It was like this point. It was like this point when I knew. It was this point. We all remember this stream, right? I made this specially for it. I thought it was very funny. I've got a Jarmaine version as well, which is epic. This one here. So, I guess this was when I realized what was really going on here. Because this was when Trough, like behind this sensor is where Trough showed Firebat's like driving offense. And got Firebat on stream to like fuck him up a bit. It didn't go according to plan. Firebat at least handled that conversation somewhat effectively by not really rising to it and just kind of getting suspicious when he didn't get a real answer as to why this was being shown on stream and why the fuck he has access to this in the first place. He just laughed. Didn't really get the spurg out that Trough was hoping for, because it was a troll. It wasn't like he pretended that it was all about, oh, I'm trying to help you. But the thing is, what happened after this was like Trough would spend like 3+ hours absolutely molding about the fact that Firebat didn't appreciate his help, that it helped Firebat set up OBS and had access to his computer, and if he wanted to like fuck with him, he could have, but he didn't, because he's a big person, you know, in more ways than one. And that was the point that I realized who the real fucking joke was, I guess. So this was a lot of fun. I'm still proud of this stream, to be honest. We got to make fun of some people. Harry had a pretty embarrassing call with Firebat. Malcolm couldn't even get out the gate. Eventually he managed to get his call with Firebat. I couldn't fucking stomach it. I left during it because I was in that call for whatever reason. But yeah, I don't know, man. And he even tries to dump it in my lap. He sees that I've been taking the piss out of him for hours. And he moves it on to Firebat like sewer baiting. Very, very nice. Very nice. Do you want to know what really set things into motion, though? He just didn't like me calling him a pussy. Like, I can't believe that that's all it took, to be honest. But hey. We called Trough a pussy. He didn't like it very much. That began the end. It was pretty easy from that point on. And yeah, I don't know what else to say. I think Parry is talking about all the Trough stuff. So if you're interested in the Trough stuff, go and watch him, because I think I'm done with it. I think it's been a lot of fun. I think we've had a lot of fun with it. It's time to move on. It's time to move on. He is welcome to continue calling me a rape apologist or whatever the fuck else. He wants to go around saying, the band is broken up. Aiko doesn't want to know anymore. Apparently he's out of Malcolm's Discord. Femios, who fucking knows, and who cares, quite frankly. The less relevant that Femios is to anything, the better, honestly. And yeah, listen, no hard feelings on my end. I don't hate any of these people. It's quite funny. It does still perplex me a little bit why Aiko hated me so much. I still don't really understand that, if I'm honest. She really fucking hated me. I don't know why. It doesn't matter. Like, if I ever talk to her again, maybe I'll find out one day. But she really took a dislike to me. And like, the whole thing is, like, I understand getting bad vibes from people. I understand me giving bad vibes because, you know, I'm a weird person. I'm a very weird person. That's just how it is, you know. I don't mind. Some people like me, some people don't. It is what it is. I don't understand going that hard on someone because of that kind of thing. They really took the whole disagreement about having a supposed rape victim in their community. Bearing in mind, Bat was going fucking insane at the time. They really took that and ran with it. And hey, listen. There's more for them at the end of the day. But anyway, listen, make sure you like the stream. Don't forget you can super chat on YouTube, as well as Streamlabs, and links in my description, or at the bottom of chat. You can gift memberships, you can other things, join the channel, you can give a super sticker, you can check the links in my description. I think Discord is in chat. If I need to, I can update it. I'll sort that out. I have Patreon. I have other stuff. I have music. You paid $3,000 to remove your puppy's leg. I'm so sorry. That's horrible. Hopefully your puppy's okay. Yeah, anyway, so I only had a few things to look at today. I'm starting late, so I'm probably not going on super long. I want to look at this Your Party thing. Apparently Your Party is, for about the 10th time in a row, in trouble. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. I thought the UK left united behind the Greens, to be honest, for the most part, and that's its own fucking thing. You know, the idea of fucking Prime Minister Zach Polanski is its own thing, but it at the moment it seems unlikely. They're doing well in a couple of polls, like, wow, amazing. There's still a lot of time left. But yeah, apparently Your Party has split into the Your Party, Jeremy Corbyn and Zara Sultana's joint effort. She's ex-Labour. They're not left-wing enough for her, I guess. Corbyn left Labour a while ago. He was the previous leader. The best they managed was they forced They forced a coalition between Tories and DUP, who are a right-wing Northern Ireland party. So yeah, let's see what happened, I guess. Make sure you like the stream, etc.
Jeremy Corbyn and Zara Sultana's new party, Your Party, hasn't really had the easiest of rides. Launched to challenge the establishment parties in summer 2025, the intention was for it to provide a home for left-wing socialist voters, notably those frustrated with the right-wing turn of Keir Starmer's Labour Party. However, the party almost immediately fell into crisis. It launched with a placeholder name of Your Party, which Sultana denied was the party's ultimate name, before it went on to become the ultimate name. Not only that, but spats and disagreements quickly took place.
Maybe that was really it, you know, it's called Your Party. There's no coming back from it when it's called Your Party.
Publicly across social media between senior members of the party. For instance, in September, Sultana was criticised by fellow party leaders after launching a public membership page, with her responding that she had acted in line with the roadmap set out by members and claiming that she'd been subjected to, quote, what can only be described as a sexist boys' club. Corbyn, meanwhile, said that this membership launch was unauthorised and that he would seek legal advice. Things only seem to go downhill from here. Adnan Hussein, one of Your Party's MPs, quit the party in mid-November over, quote, persistent infighting, and later that month, Zara Sultana actually boycotted the first day of the party's inaugural conference, claiming that leading figures were carrying out a witch hunt to purge left-wing activists. The thing is, though, this chaos seems to be continuing. Corbyn is facing allegations of having overseen a purge of members from certain left-wing parties, and this week the entire Scottish Executive Committee of Your Party resigned, pledging to establish their own left-wing rival party. So in this video we're going to explain the ongoing Your Party chaos, and where it goes from here. If you look at the composition of the House of Commons, everything would look normal. Labour and the Tories occupy the role of government and official opposition, and the smaller parties don't really have any power. Out in the country, though, things are changing. Reform and the Greens are on the rise, and polling suggests that they could be on the cusp of usurping the traditional parties. In the latest issue of our magazine...
How are Reform doing these days? My understanding was Reform is kind of... They've been doing really well in the polls for a while, and now it's kind of... Let me just have a quick look. Because I think the Tories are kind of surging a little bit. As a see if this independent article is any good. Okay, well. Yeah, my understanding it seems like they've kind of peaked. I guess it might go up again. What I feel like has been going on though is like they haven't had to. Just gonna stop playing. They haven't had to like run anything until the previous election. And now that they're running a few like councils, it's not going amazingly well. Like they were, there was a bunch of lying about their budget in Kent. They were like making stuff up that they were cutting that was never something to cut. They were pushing council tax despite saying they wouldn't do so in like Worcestershire. I remember they were suggesting in Warwickshire, it was something like increasing the amount of distance a child should be expected to travel to get to school without like assistance. And bear in mind, it's Warwickshire. Warwickshire is like rural. And if the public transport in Warwickshire is anything like how I remember it, because I spent a bunch of time there, I grew up there. That's kind of rough. There's an awful lot of like one bus an hour, and it goes around all the tiny little villages to get to somewhere that's like a 15-minute drive away. You know what I mean? Like a 15-minute drive is like 50 now, you know what I mean? What was I doing? Oh, good one. There we go. I like Mary Sal's, that's good. It does sound a bit like we're copying Parry Sal's, but it's okay. Parry is under my thumb anyway, so. Okay, what was this? So, Reform UK appears to be suffering a significant drop in popularity. So they're on 25%, Tories are on 22%. Like, how's Restore doing? 4%, wow. Yeah, Restore Britain is like the big one now for all the far right people. Warwickshire on Google looks beautiful. It's a really nice place. The thing is, like at my age now, like going back there is nice and stuff. Like the idea of like living somewhere there. Excuse me, I can't talk today. The idea of like living somewhere in Warwickshire now is like appealing to me. When I was like growing up, when I was a teenager, it was like there's like fucking nothing to do here. There's like fucking nothing to do. But yeah, like places like that, you don't want to be telling kids they have to travel an insane amount, you know, expected to without any kind of help. Because there's just not much, there wasn't much infrastructure there. There's an awful lot of places without train station. There's an awful lot of buses that are like 1 an hour and just go around everywhere. So yeah, I don't know. It kind of seems like Reform, now they've actually had to start running some stuff. It's not working super well. And they're having to actually moderate and just become like everyone else has been, you know? They brought in half the Tories responsible for Boris Wave. Yeah. Like, Suella Braverman is like one of the higher ups. Robert Jenrick. I don't know who the fuck wants that shit, to be honest. And it's probably helped the Tories getting rid of a lot of those fucking people. Yeah, Rupert Lowe. Rupert Lowe is sucking up some of their support. The Tories are as well. Zach Polanski on minus 19%. Crazy. I'll be honest, like, I'd take Greens seriously with a better leader, but I just think Zach Polanski seems fucking lame. I think he seems fucking lame. Can you imagine him as Prime Minister? Can you seriously imagine him doing that? I can't. I cannot. But yeah, it's, you know, it's anyone could win. It's been the case. It's been the case since the last election, pretty much, that everyone's like, oh, it's reforming next. It's reforming next. It might not be the case. Might not be the case. But yeah.
We discussed this political fragmentation and exactly how it could change the political fabric of British politics. That's just some of the 72 pages in the magazine.
Restore a more active online. Yeah, that could be it. Like, I'd imagine a lot of like Reform's user base is like, or voter base, should I say, is like much older people. Which it raises its own concerns when they want to get rid of a certain amount of migration and maybe even deport some people. We're kind of getting rid of some of the tax base. But you don't imagine that they're going to be cutting like spending towards pensioners, you know? You don't imagine that's going to be happening, not if they're the ones voting for them. So it's like, where is all the money going to be? Where are we going to get it from? Where are we getting the money to have our version of ICE, which sounds like a fucking horrendous idea?
Because, as always, there's more to Too Long Than You'd Expect. Purchase your copy by clicking the link in the description. So, let's have a look at the two main events that have thrust the party back into chaos recently. Firstly, allegations that Corbyn was overseeing a purge of the left of the party, and secondly, the resignation of your party's Scottish Executive Committee. The allegation of a left-wing purge essentially boiled down to a decision by your party's Central Executive Committee, or CEC, on the 12th of April to block individuals who are members of certain other left-wing parties from also becoming your party members. At the party's inaugural conference last year, Sultana argued in favour of allowing dual membership, while Corbyn's camp argued against it. Prior to the vote even taking place, the Corbyn camp appeared to block both the Socialist Workers' Party and the tiny Revolutionary Communist Group from the conference venue, which is actually why Sultana boycotted the first day of the conference. In the end though, 69.2% of the membership voted in favour of allowing dual membership, and the official constitution has a clause which reads, "Members shall be permitted to hold membership in other national political parties, where they have been approved by the CEC as aligning with the party's values." Last week, though, the CEC reportedly banned members from belonging to any party on a list of other socialist organisations, a decision justified by the party's constitutional clause that dual membership is only for parties, quote, approved by the CEC. In an official statement, the CEC claimed that parties that maintain strict internal discipline and binding lines are incompatible with transparency and accountability within your party. For many in the party, particularly those who align with the Sultana camp, this goes against the principle agreed at the conference last year, and is perceived as an attempt by the Corbyn camp to expel or purge the left of the party. Given that your party was established in part as a result of the centralisation of power within the Labour Party and the rightward shift under Starmer, this left many wondering what your party had become. This was made worse by the fact that on Monday, all 12 members of the Scottish Executive Committee resigned. Before getting into exactly why they resigned, it's worth going in through exactly how the relationship between your party and Your Party Scotland was meant to work. Essentially, at the Your Party conference in Liverpool, it was agreed that a Scottish Conference Organising Group, or SCOG, would be established to host a Your Party Scotland conference. This was held in Dundee, and following the event, the SCOG became the Interim Scottish Executive Committee, or ISEC. At the conference, 63% of members voted that Your Party Scotland would be organisationally independent from the main UK party, with acting more like a sister party. In addition to this, 69.8% of Scottish members voted in favour of standing candidates in the Holyrood election, and 82% voted in favour of dual membership. However, in a statement explaining why they resigned, the ISEC claimed that they'd faced constant undermining and delays by the UK party, and that our clear request to progress with our conference mandate.
Yeah, I was under the impression that for asylum seekers and shit, it's very limited as to what they're allowed. Like, they are still people at the end of the day. You can't, like, just... Well, you get nothing, and if you starve, then that's it, you know? That's a bit nuts. Like, if those are people with genuine, like, reasons to be seeking asylum, and we're just holding them up in some fucking place to die, that doesn't seem great.
Have been consistently ignored, resulting in our inability to run candidates in the Holyrood election. On top of this, they claim that Scotland's sole representative on the CEC had been consistently excluded and overruled without basis, and that requests to discuss these issues with your party's leadership across Britain had been resoundingly ignored. They claim that the Central Party planned to install an unelected leadership which would re-examine decisions already voted on by Scottish members. They end their statement by resigning their positions and claiming that the need for a new party on the left in Scotland couldn't be more urgent, and it's our clear intention to keep working towards this. Clearly then, with the National Party accused of both a left-wing purge and of sidelining the Scottish branch of the party, things aren't going well. So where does it go from here? Well, the first thing to note is that it's understood that your party is expected to hold an election so that members can select another Scottish Executive Committee, with the election overseen by the CEC. Until the election, a
I just don't know why they're bothering with this shit at this point.
committee of Scottish members will be selected by sortition to form local branches. Clearly, from your party's perspective, the Scottish branch isn't over, and there are plans to plough on. However, it's hard to see how the party comes back from yet another series of crises. Already, infighting and division has had an effect on your party's polling. According to YouGov, in July, 18% of voters said that they would consider voting for your party, but by November that had declined to 12%. Separately, according to the most recent YouGov voter intention poll, your party sits at literally 0%, down from 1% last month. Making matters
I'm surprised they're even on there, to be honest. Jesus. Yeah, the Tories seem to be kind of surging.
It's at literally 0%, down from 1% last month. Making matters even worse is that your party supporters appear willing to...
I'll be honest. I'm not the biggest fan of like yet more fucking Tories. If it means no reform, then I think I'm at least somewhat down with it, you know.
Vote for other parties, specifically the Greens, who 85% of your party voters say that they're open to voting for in a poll from late November, when the Greens were polling at around 13%. Given that the Greens have risen further since then to around 18%, and given the continued crises that surround your party, it's likely that many voters have already switched, and perhaps irreversibly, to the Greens. Now, with stories like these filling the headlines, it's easy to be swept up in huge geopolitical and national security issues, and you might find yourself neglecting your own personal security. Your email is often...
Oh, it's the whole video. Wow, amazing. I almost don't know why they're bothering, to be honest. How many left-wing parties do we need? What is really the big difference between this and like the Greens and like Lib Dem or whatever? But yeah, going well. Anyway, I wanted to watch some like trans debates. How fun. We can either do Matt Dillahunty or some trans woman that I found. We'll do Matt Dillahunty first. How about that? We'll do Matt Dillahunty first. Make sure you like the stream, etc. You can super chat, you can all this other stuff. We've got Dr. Ben. Do you remember Dr. Ben? This is from The Line. I'm fairly sure if I go on here, it'll be The Line. Yeah, it's on The Line. So Dr. Ben is a trans man and supposed medical professional. Kind of a moron, if I'm honest, from what I've seen. Matt Dillahunty, atheist YouTuber turned SJW. These people like arguing about gender, and it's usually entertaining, especially when Matt Dillahunty loses his shit. But let's see what this is. So we've got check your pants. Caller tries to school hosts on gender and fails hard. Let's see how our good trans ally friend Matt Dillahunty is saving our rights today. Make sure you like the stream.
Hey, Jesse. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Am I coming through?
Yep, we hear you. What is it you think is going on or shouldn't be going on or not going on?
I just think that the definition of man doesn't fit into transgenderism, and transgenderism is probably its own thing. Transgenderism is probably its own thing. And transgenderism, the definition of man doesn't fit into transgenderism, and transgenderism is probably its own thing.
What do you mean by that?
Like, I don't think a woman can be a man. They could be a transgender man, but I don't think they could be like an actual.
So
man.
hold on. Does
A trans man is a type of man.
can a blonde man become a brunette man, or are those like totally incompatible adjectives of man?
Amazing start. Well, can you dye your hair? If you can dye your hair, you can change your sex.
Those like totally incompatible adjectives of man.
I think they're still men. They both fall under the man category.
So what includes somebody into the man category? What allows you to take on that label?
An adult.
Typically, a man is male, so different kinds of male. For example, a bald man is still a male person. Trans man is different because you're not a male person. You're just going to be regarded as one because you resemble one enough and you socially transitioned and shit. The trans men aren't actually men, but it makes sense to regard some of them as men. You know what I mean?
Well, by definition, an adult human male.
Okay, so break that down, though. What does that mean, though? What includes you in the category of male?
That you're, well, male.
So my guess is we go into this this pedantry. Well, you You can't define man as one specific thing. You can't define male as one specific thing. Therefore, anyone can be anything.
Is your sex, which is determined by your reproduction, your reproductive
What
organs
factors,
or whatever, or your
what
body.
factors go into, hold on, what factors go into your sex? So you're going to say that sex relates to, you've already mentioned reproductive anatomy. Is reproductive anatomy necessary and sufficient to include somebody into the male category?
If they can reproduce, yes. If they have one reproductive organ and not the other, then yes. Some people it won't be.
Is reproductive anatomy sufficient? Well, I think it's
And
that
which?
your body's.
Yeah, and
So,
which anatomy qualifies you?
So, like, for example, let's say if I say what is a male, it says of or denoting the sex that produces.
I think this guy looked it up. This is the thing. They get like the most batshit people calling in.
Small, typically motile gametes, especially sperm.
Oh,
Okay,
cool,
so
he's
you're
got a
going with the
script.
gametes argument. Yeah, so you're going with the gametes argument. So are you going to say that gametes alone are the determining factor of what
You
assigns?
see what I mean? Do you see? It's always, well, there has to be this one thing, otherwise it has no meaning. It just doesn't. It doesn't work that way. How many? What's like? What are like the rates of infertility? I wonder. One in 6. World Health Organization said it was 1 in 6 in 2023. So for 5 in 6 people, you can just determine what sex they are based on what gametes they produce. For plenty of this 1 in 6 that you can't because they're not producing gametes. And bear in mind, maybe some of these, like infertility, does that always mean you don't even produce gametes? I don't know. Can you produce gametes and they are the ones that you would produce for your sex, but they don't work or something? So maybe it's more than 5 in 6 people. You can tell just by what gametes they produce, even if some of them they don't work or whatever. You know? So for most people, you can just do it by gametes. That doesn't mean that that is the through line, because some people don't produce gametes. Okay, well, what genitalia do they have? How did they like develop and shit like that? You can find who. Sorry, wrong video.
Ooh, we're getting a phone call.
Please shut up. Thank you. I clicked the wrong video and it just says fucking play it. So yeah, most people you can tell by their gametes. Sometimes it's their genitalia because they're not producing gametes, I guess. Maybe a handful of people, you have to go a bit deeper. I don't know. I don't know what we're doing here. We can't just throw out the concept of sex because you can't take one rule and apply it to literally everyone. You know what I mean? Lazy sperm is a thing. Leading cause in male infertility. So of those 1 in 6 that are infertile, quite a lot of them still produce gametes. So it's more than 5 in 6. Let's say it's like 7 in 8 or something. Most people you can just tell by their gametes. And then you can go down a list. If there's something that isn't working, there might be something else that does confirm their sex. Because, well, every fertile man has a penis too, or has testicles too. So do you. You just don't produce gametes or something, you know? You get people with like street gonads. They still have like that tissue. It just hasn't developed properly. That kind of thing. Ultimately, these like arguments about, well, you can't pin sex to one thing or another. It's a complete waste of time. And it doesn't say anything to trans people anyway. It doesn't actually fucking matter. Most trans people operate along the binary anyway. Most trans women are male people that wish they were female. So they do what they can to resemble a female. And if people think you're a woman in your day-to-day life, then fair enough. You've changed sex in a way.
And you to sex.
No.
So yeah, this is like debate bro bullshit. We'll see if this guy is like worth anything or if it's just another bewildered moron that calls in to get dunked on.
Because it's typical. So I know there's males that can't, right? And there's females that can't get pregnant.
Right. So there's males who cannot produce sperm. Right.
Not the same as they're infertile, by the way. We're already talking about a distinct minority of people. So then look at their genitalia. Easy.
Right. So what if other parts of their reproductive tract do not line up? Like if somebody,
how so?
Yeah. So let's say if somebody has internal male anatomy, but they have external female anatomy, what sex are they? Male anatomy, but they
internal male anatomy.
They have external female anatomy.
External female anatomy. So what does that mean? They have a vaginal opening or whatever? But then they have internal testes? Well, I mean, if you're going by genitalia, or you're going by gonads or whatever, then which gonad? Like if they actually said, if this person has X condition that we know about, like 5ARD or something, that would be much easier to follow.
What sex are they?
Well, I feel like they'd probably be, so I guess what is their function? What is their closest function? Are they able, do they have
What do you mean by closest function?
Yeah, it's just a really stupid question. He's not asking something that's in any way clear.
What do you mean? Define closest function.
So sex is determined by like your function. Either you
I am aware, Jesse. Jesse, yeah, I feel like you are overly simplifying this topic.
Yeah, doesn't Matt have a green screen of like sound foam? Why the fuck would you have a green screen to pretend you've got sound foam behind you? That seems bizarre to me.
Topic, and you're talking to a medical doctor, right? So I'm going to try to keep it at your level.
You have a vagina and testes, no ovaries, you're male, I'm pretty sure. Well, yeah, if you've got testicles and you don't have ovaries, then you're male, technically. Maybe it makes more sense that you're raised as a female and known as a female. That's fine. You know, if someone like that Iman Khalif person is actually male and does have something like 5ARD, it might still make more sense why they're regarded as a woman in most aspects. But they might technically be male. You know what I mean? It's the same kind of thing as like trans people.
But there's multiple factors that go into what gametes somebody would be able to produce if they produced any at all, right? There's hormonal factors, there's anatomical.
Wait, hormonal factors affect which gamete you produce? I'm not sure about this.
But there's multiple factors that go into what gametes somebody would be able to produce if they produced any at all, right? There's hormonal factors.
Doesn't that imply that if you change your hormones enough, you'll start producing the other gamete? I'm not sure about this, man.
There's anatomical factors, there's genetic factors, and those all have to be kind of in a line according to your view. And
I don't know what you mean by thinking about it scientifically.
In order to assign somebody. So I'm giving you scenarios where they don't align. Let's say if somebody had testes, so they theoretically would be able to produce sperm, but instead of a penis, they have a vulva.
They'd be male.
What sex is this person?
The first thing you go to is gametes, what gametes they produce. If they produce sperm, then they're a male. Very easy.
I think it would depend on what condition that is, right? I think doctors determine what condition you have.
Does it matter?
No, he's being a dick. I don't think it's out of order to ask him to like actually name a condition that someone might have. Like, I don't think usually it's like a pick and mix. Usually we kind of, how do I put this? I think we normally observe like distinct patterns.
No, Jesse, you said that sex is based on their ability to produce gametes, right? So again, gametes are not involved. How do you assign them? And you're going to say whatever they're closest to. If you have somebody who has equal variation, equal parts, male and female, anatomy, genetics, hormones, if somebody is right down the middle, what factor hormones, if somebody is parts, male and female, anatomy, genetics, hormones, if somebody is right down the middle.
So what we asking?
If you have somebody who has equal variation, equal parts, male and female, anatomy.
So a person has, let's say, one testicle with a penis, but also a full uterus and like one ovary, something like that. I mean, does this exist? Maybe. I suppose I could say, if someone can in fact produce both gametes technically, perhaps they fulfill both sex roles, sure, whatever.
Genetics, hormones. If somebody,
the problem is, at what point are we saying that there has to be, you know, we're pointing out billions to one exceptions, you know what I mean? At what point are we doing that? Like, is there much point? There's always going to be shit that defies all logic or whatever.
Is right down the middle.
And hormones right down the, okay, so they have equal testosterone, estrogen.
What factor would assign them?
And I
because
feel like
obviously
trying to overcomplicate it.
Well,
yeah.
The thing, Jesse,
maybe this is one of those extremely rare people that defies the binary categorization. Therefore, the binary is 99 point whatever % accurate. So if there's like a better, way of doing it, then sure, bring it. But there hasn't been. Imagine telling Matt 20 years ago he'd end up pretending not to know what male and female is. Yeah, Jesus. Thankfully, I dodged a bullet and never watched Matt Dillahunty. I got through my like edgy atheist phase when I was a kid. But then when I started seeing like atheist channels on YouTube back in the day when I was a teenager, I was like, you know, I actually just think it's fucking lame. I don't think there's a God personally. Do I want to sit and watch someone try and prove it for fucking hours and hours every week? Not really.
I'm saying this because if you can have a
eat half a steak and half a girl dinner. I'd love to know what a girl dinner is. I guess a salad or something.
Mismatch of traits, you have to decide a hierarchy of how likely those traits would be to assign you to the opposite category, right? So if I had all female anatomy except for a penis, if you said that anybody with a penis has to be male, then none of the rest of those factors would matter, and penis would be...
No one is looking at people's genitals to determine what sex they are. What the fuck happened to you at birth? Because I can tell you that happened to literally everyone else apart from you at birth. If that didn't happen to you at birth, what are you talking about?
You know, the primary thing that tips the scale. So if you have somebody who...
Yeah, you find a determining factor. It might vary from person to person, wow. There might be the odd person that defies it. You're talking about billions to one people, if anyone that he is describing exists at all. What is the point in this argument? Why do trans people do this? What is the point? Sex exists. That's fine. There are reasons why you might regard trans people as the other sex, even if technically they're not of that sex. That's fine. We don't need to do all this fucking complication and confusion of something just extremely observable in the vast majority of humanity and the vast majority of mammals, you know?
Equally, except for one factor, what factor would tip somebody over to the opposite category?
That's a good question. In real life, is there anybody who's fully 50-50?
Okay, you might want to clarify that one, Amaya, because it sounds like you were missing an extremely obvious and important factor.
Yeah.
Okay, and how do the doctors determine their sex?
What factor would tip somebody over to the opposite category?
That's a good question. In real life, is there anybody who's fully 50-50?
Yeah.
I'll take a citation on this. I will take a citation on this any fucking time. Who out there is like literally 50% male and 50% female? I'll take an example anytime. I've seen like a handful, sorry, of like case studies throughout history of people that possibly produced both gametes and had both like sets of genitalia. These are like colloquial cases that have never been proven to exist. And again, we're talking like billions to one. Like you could say that there are technically people that defy the binary. Yeah, there probably is. Yeah, there probably is. That's fine. In the vast majority of cases, it still applies. So I don't know. You need like a better model of sex that's still like easy enough, still understandable to the average person, but that also includes more people. And like I said, I don't think we have that. I don't think bimodal works very well.
Okay, and how do the doctors determine their sex?
Usually,
let me
determine
one second,
Yeah.
just 1 second.
Right.
Why would a doctor determine their sex?
Is there anybody who has left the hospital sexless or has been undetermined by sex?
Wait, hang on. Sorry. What was that?
Yeah.
Okay, and how do the doctors determine their sex?
Usually,
let me
they determine
interrupt for one second,
Yeah.
just 1 second.
Right.
Why would a doctor determine their sex?
Well, because we need a record of it. There's going to be doctors present when you're born in the vast majority of cases. Seems fairly simple. You know, your doctor needs to know anyway, so it might as well be on your records with your doctor, etc.
Is there anybody who has left the hospital sexless or has been undetermined by sex?
Well, you're saying this is one of the only reason I jumped in for this objection is that we tend to describe someone as assigned female at birth, assigned male at birth, where a doctor is making a decision. This happens in a number of different intersex scenarios, but also
They're not making a decision, really. They're observing what you have between your legs. Occasionally, they might have to make a decision. You're not making a decision if you just see a normal set of genitalia and your prediction or whatever is 99.95% accurate, you know?
it happens just every day, where when you look at someone, if they meet the normative criteria, the doctor just assigns them that way. And the thing that we're pointing out is that this is more complicated than that. You're going to
In certain specific cases, not in most cases.
have a hard time coming up with criteria. Doctors are going to have a hard time coming up with criteria. And all of this is still about sex, when gender is a separate issue from sex. But you went with how.
Okay, we don't need to hear about your dick. Please fucking calm down in chat. It's getting weird. It's getting weird. Thank you.
The doctors do it. So the question that Ben was asking you is this: if you make a definition of this is what a man is, or this is what a male is, and then you find somebody that doesn't fit that definition, what do you do? Do you say my definition needs to be reworked, or do you say, hang on, this is a different category? I mean, that's what we're trying to figure out, is what's the criteria? Because you say
They're not trying to figure it out. They're just trying to obfuscate any attempt to give a definition that works for most people, because they think it's trans affirming if we pretend that sex doesn't exist. It's not affirming to me. I wish I was female rather than male. The binary is fine in that instance.
for example, I would suspect that you think I'm a man, and that you probably
I would suspect that you think you're just obviously a man. And this is obviously a trans man. Like,
suspect that I'm an adult human, or adult male human.
I'm not sure about the adult part, but apart from that, yeah.
But you don't know what my chromosomes are.
Yeah, Amaya, the problem with all that is you're very openly trans on the internet, so people just know anyway.
Or you don't know what gametes I produce or would produce. You don't know anything about me other than I tell you I'm a man.
Ain't no women look like this or sound like this.
But I was assigned male at birth, and I have a presentation of a shitty mustache and a bald head and masculine sort of dress. But you don't have access to my chromosomes, my gametes.
Well, how come no one needs to then? How come in the vast majority of cases you just see a person and know what sex they are? Like, I don't know, man. I think there's something evolutionary inside, well, most of us at the very least, that we know who we should be having sex with in order to reproduce, because that's it's an innate thing that we want to do. It's a drive we all have, pretty much.
My genitals, although I could show them to you if you pay me. I'm kidding. But what I'm saying is, when we determine, generally speaking, in life, whether somebody's a man or woman,
Yeah, all they're trying to do is obfuscate and say, well, you can't prove this 100% exists, so I don't know. It's a complete waste of time. If this is about trans rights, then we're barking up the wrong tree here.
we don't have access to any of those things, and yet we're still sitting here willing to consider your gamete argument, except that your gamete argument is
Bro, we're talking about like defining someone as a male or a female. If Matt Dillahunty was like, prove that I'm a male, then yeah, you'd probably just pull his pants down. You know what I mean? Like, you're not actually going to do that in everyday society. So you just see someone and you make a judgment.
incomplete and insufficient to defining the category you want it to.
Yeah, so I guess to that I would say then you'd have to be disagreeing with the way we thought about it for a really long time and the way it's still defined. I mean,
Jesse, do you know who also disagrees? No, you know who disagrees more with Matt than with you? Every medical organization in this country.
Wow, incredible.
How so? As far as
Are you going to tell me? Are you telling me, Jesse, that you disagree with the American Academy of Pediatrics?
Were they for lobotomies?
And the AMA and the AAFP.
This is not an argument. This is like stupid. It's an American Academy of something. Yeah, they're probably wrong about a whole ton of shit. That's what happens in your country.
The ACP. Do you just disagree with them?
As far as the
He hasn't even stated what their positions are either. Like, what are you actually saying? What are they saying?
definition of sex or male?
About how we're going to, what is useful for us to define it as, and how we're going to continue to define it.
Well, how the fuck?
Because it sounds like
how the fuck is gamete production not important? If someone has fathered a child, what sex are they? You already know. You already know. Someone has mothered a child and fucking carried it for 9 months and it came out and shit. You already know what sex they are. What is the point in this? What are we doing? Just go back to fucking talking about whether God exists or not. What is this?
Jesse, like, if you want to go toe to toe with how the medical community finds this useful, you better bring some more evidence to the table other than things that were already.
I mean, they find it useful because they can just look between your legs and find that the vast majority of kids are what they appear to be.
Clearly debunking. I don't know if you're aware, but these arguments are like, if you want to go toe to toe with how the medical community finds this useful, you better bring some more evidence to the table other than things that were already.
Okay, don't say things like actual science, because I have absolutely no idea what you mean when you say actual science. I don't think you know what you mean when you say actual science either. I think you're just trying to further this utter fucking dipshit's fucking appeal to authority. Saying that, oh, well, the actual scientists think this. I think actual scientists disagree on fucking tons of stuff, to be honest, but okay. And we know that, like, what is it, 1 in 2,000 babies or something are either, what's the word, ambiguous as to what the sex is, or misidentified which sex.
Clearly debunking. I don't know if you're aware.
What is he debunked? This is just grandstanding.
But these arguments are what we hear on a daily basis. And the medical community has been addressing these over and over and over again, which is why we have such big questions like this. Like, I took embryology in medical school. We're all required to take it. And I remember ever since that class, like, it took things that were taught to us as binary and taught to us as so simple, and it made all of it not simple.
Now, this is very, very retarded. Like, the sex binary is simple in the way that it's, like, classified, because it's, like, reproductive role. Or what our best guess is that it should have been, usually because someone is, you know, infertile, but still clearly lines up with a lot of patterns. Like, yeah, it probably isn't that simple. There's probably all kinds of things that go into it that are different in all different kinds of people. But overwhelmingly, humans still, like, follow those two things. And if there's the odd person that doesn't, then okay, sure, it's not 100% accurate. But like, what is the point in this? We constantly make like simplified and easy to understand like categories for stuff that is actually like very complicated, because you find something that delineates things that is a bit more simple, such as, are you going to father or mother a child? And you use things like that, and it's not 100% perfect, but does it have to be? Does it have to be when the average fucking nobody or whatever is talking about like fucking sex? It doesn't really have to be 100% accurate all the time, you know?
And you know what?
So it
Doctors
overcomplicated it.
in the deliver, and I've delivered 33 babies.
Jesse, you can't
I've delivered 33 babies.
say it overcomplicated it if we learned that it was too simple.
What?
If the reality is complicated, then it's a mistake to make it appear simple, because what you end up doing is sideline.
Oh, no, that really depends. That really depends. Why does the average person need to understand fucking embryology to talk about sex when it maps onto most people?
You end up saying everybody's XX.
Have I seen that streamer Goth Daddy? No, they sound weird, but
XY, except for these people, and we're going to
this guy never mentioned chromosomes.
ignore them and not count them. And then what you end up doing is you're throwing out an entire group of people that are the thing you're
We're not throwing out. It's just that they might not really fit the categorization, which means that the categorization isn't fully inclusive, which means what's a more inclusive categorization that is easy to understand and has like medical use and stuff like that.
you're often looking at.
Like, what's wrong with, in general, as male or female? Sometimes someone's going to come along that has something that makes it a bit more ambiguous. They're probably going to come along with a huge amount of different needs. And you probably just treat those people case by case. And maybe in that sense, their sex isn't clear. They're raised as one or the other and they're known as that. Like, what are we saying? What are we saying? You can be completely fucking male and still transition and still be regarded as a female, even though you're just a normal ass male. That's something that can just happen. Like, that's fine.
So how is it overly complicated? How can it be overly complicated if you still haven't come up with a clear definition to use?
2 points. I would like to get your definition. And another point is I feel like
they've never defined sex. Where's their definition of sex? What do they think you determine it based on?
I've been cut off a couple
Why is this guy a male and this guy a female?
times when I'm trying to kind of work it out, but
I'm cutting you off so you don't smuggle in points that.
What is this debate? Oh, I hate these people. I hate these people. It triggers me so much. Oh, well, you'll smuggle in debate points if we don't cut you off. What?
trying to kind of work it out, but
I'm cutting you off so you don't smuggle in points that you shouldn't be smuggling in.
What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Oh, I hate the line. I hate the line. What is this? What is the point in this? Why is this the state of fucking trans debate? We're all crying that we're being fucking genocided. And our way of pushing back against bad narratives and shit is to argue the toss about like the fucking 0.1% of human beings. Like, okay, wow.
We should take it one point at a time.
Yeah, I just feel like the definition works except for in cases of abnormalities. But us as a species,
Well, abnormalities. Jesse, what would you say to those people who are abnormal? Are they men or women or neither or both?
For the most part, we can determine, and it is determined. Like I said,
No.
I'm not a doctor who does it.
No. You said you literally did the thing that I warned you about. That people will say everybody's XXXY except for the outliers, and we're
But you never mentioned chromosomes. What are you saying?
going to ignore them. And then right after I got done explaining that to you, you said that we can tell except for abnormalities. You just changed the language to be.
So abnormalities, you might have to look a bit harder if you want to define which sex they are. Assuming it's even useful to define which sex they are, if you're not just treating them like as an outlier, as someone who has very specific and unique like medical needs, you know what I mean? Like if you try hard enough, you can sort almost everyone into male or female and have some justification for it. And it gets more and more like subjective, I guess. But like, well, there's like 8 billion of us and shit goes wrong all the time. That's just what you expect, right?
Be abnormalities. Well, let's say there's 1% of the population that are abnormalities with respect to your definition. What category do you put them in?
Maybe you don't categorize them. Does it matter that much?
Abnormal.
Cool.
Yeah, just
So intersex, basically. That's what we already do. That's what That's what these people already do. You've got male and female at intersex. Jesus Christ, man.
Jesse, I just want.
Go ahead, Ben.
I just want to laugh at the fact that you made all these statements and then hid behind the statement of, "But I'm not a doctor, so you know what? I am.
I said 8 billion, not 6 billion.
Am one. I'm part of the group that makes these decisions.
He has no arguments. Just, well, I'm a doctor. I'm a doctor.
Doctor, so you know what? I am." And then hid behind the statement of, "But I'm not a doctor, so you know what? I am one. I'm part of the group that makes these decisions for people. I'm part of the group that makes medical decisions on behalf of patients with."
That's a bad thing, bro. It's a bad thing. Why aren't you doing that now? Why aren't you being a doctor right now? Instead of sitting here with your mate talking absolute shite. Why don't you just do that? Just get on with your fucking doctoring. Do your thing. Save some lives. That's admirable. What the fuck are you doing here then?
With regard to this so-called like sex difference that people want to be all up in arms about, the things.
Wait, do you mean Dr. Ben looks like a Maya? He kind of does. Kind of does. No offense. Kind of does. Reader W.
Like all of this comes down. It comes down to Jesse. Does healthcare at the end of the day, if I'm going to be a good physician, do I make a decision about the person in front of me, or do I make a decision about what broader category they should meet criteria of?
Surely you make a decision based on what the fucking chart says, which already tells you what sex they are, because it was so-called assigned at birth.
I don't know what you mean.
If I have a person, like let's say, okay, so thyroid disease, specifically something like Graves' disease, which is overactivity of the thyroid, an autoimmune condition, it affects roughly the same amount of people as are trans. If I have a person who comes into my clinic and says, "I need medication for my thyroid disease," and I say, "No, actually, that's super rare and you're just abnormal," and then I refuse to treat them, is that good or bad?
When did he imply any of this? What do we say?
For me, as their physician,
I feel like this is a misleading question because it like makes in.
It absolutely is not, because what you're doing, Jesse, is you have taken an.
Tell him what he's doing. Tell him what he's doing, Dr. Ben.
An abnormality, so to speak, and saying that essentially we should throw them out.
His question makes no sense as well. It's like, well, you need to know what sex they are, I guess. Like, it'll be on the chart. If they have some kind of difference of sexual development, the hope is it's been caught by now and we know about it. So maybe you wouldn't regard them as in a medical sense as male or female. Is that the end of the world? Does medicine need to define it as like male or female strictly? Maybe not. Maybe there are people that kind of fit into a different way, but that is for the purpose of knowing how to treat them rather than saying, this is what this person is, and because I'm a medical professional, I know best. That's not how that shit works, I don't think.
And like disregard them as part of this question. But if it comes down to the utility of sex, which a lot of people in your position would go to, is, you know, if there's a medical issue, are you going to treat them as a man or as a woman? And I'm telling you, if I have someone who has thyroid disease, should I treat them as if they don't have thyroid disease? Because that's an abnormality and it's not.
Obviously not. What's the other thing? Should we treat people with abnormalities as if they are sexless? Well, don't you kind of push for that shit? Don't you kind of do that shit? Isn't that what you use intersex for? You've got male, female, and intersex? Like, what are we doing here?
The majority. That'd be
But yeah,
dumb,
we
right?
do treat abnormalities. Yeah, we treat
We do.
abnormalities, for sure.
We do. People have abnormalities. Almost everybody has some kind of abnormality. And our point is, you can't disregard exceptions because you don't like how they don't.
But he's just disregarding them for his model of male and female. All it means is it's not entirely inclusive of everyone.
Fit into your binary. That's the whole point. You have to acknowledge that there are exceptions. You have to acknowledge that there are exceptions.
Yeah. I feel like I've hardly had...
There are exceptions. There's still a sex binary. There has to be something that accounts for which reproductive role someone would take.
The chance to speak, but if I could ask, like, what is the function of life, right? According to an atheist.
That is not a relevant question to this. That is not relevant to this conversation.
The function is to reproduce. It's to reproduce.
No, Jesse.
So sex is based on reproduction. Yes, it is.
Jesse, no, the function of life is not to reproduce. You may think that the function of life is to reproduce, and you may choose to reproduce, but some people aren't capable of reproducing, and some people don't want to reproduce, and their life is just as valid as yours.
Look, Google, the primary biological function of life is to survive and reproduce.
I'm sorry, Jesse, I don't need to Google, and I don't need to know what you think your God thinks, but the purpose of my life has nothing to do
Even a Christian has even mentioned being a Christian like once.
with reproduction. Biological life is stop talking. Right? Biological life can reproduce, but you are asserting that reproduction is the purpose of life. That is simply not true. That is an opinion about what you think. Life isn't an entity. It isn't an agent. It doesn't have a goal. Life just happens, and evolutionary principles guide the selection criteria by which...
I mean, evolution does depend on reproduction. Evolution is like, you can't really talk about things evolving without talking about reproduction, because it's about passing on genes, right?
It either continues...
So what? Would you say, what is our evolutionary function? Or something like that? I don't fucking know. This is a very stupid conversation.
Or ceases. But you seem to be saying that life, the purpose is reproduction. Well, that's not the purpose of my life or somebody else's. But yes, biological life reproduces, and that still happens amongst trans people as well.
Wow.
Yeah. So, sorry, I kind of jumped in because I felt like I was getting cut off a lot. But yeah, I feel like if you have an atheistic view and you believe in science, and science says we evolved, then we evolved to reproduce, and that's what our bodies show.
No, Jesse.
But we evolved via reproduction.
Science doesn't make proclamations about goals or purpose. Evolution has no goal and no purpose and no guide. I'm following the science. The science does no purpose and no guide.
Evolution has no goal and no purpose and no guide. Whatever. I don't know. Whatever that means.
I'm following the science. The science does not tell anyone what the purpose...
I mean, nothing would have evolved if nothing reproduced, so I'm not sure about this.
...of their life should be.
Okay, I guess we just randomly reproduce. Fine, I could...
No, that's not...
But I still...
Jesse, you're not listening or thinking. Listen to me. The reproduction isn't necessarily random. Biological life reproduces, but no individual...
Yeah, so it's probably helpful to know who plays what role in reproduction. And maybe that's why sex is like considered a binary.
Biological life needs to reproduce, nor need it be the purpose. You can't speak about life broadly.
Would you say that reproducing is intrinsic to survival?
This is what life is. When we're talking about life of individuals, and we're talking about gender and not sex, and even if we were determining what someone's sex is, that's independent of whether or not they have a purpose to reproduce.
But we were talking about...
There is no way these two people are having the same conversation right now.
About sex. You asked me to define male.
Is someone a male even if they have no purpose to reproduce?
But their body
Is
develops.
someone a male?
Attempting.
Is someone still a male even if they do not have a purpose to reproduce? That's a yes or no question.
Please say maybe. Please say maybe.
Depends.
That'll do. That'll do. I'll take it. I'll take it.
No, it's not a depends. Is someone still a male?
Please keep this going. Please keep it. I hope this is the rest of the video. I hope this is the rest of the fucking video.
If they do not have a purpose to reproduce, yes or no?
No.
This is such a stupid question. I don't know why he's saying yes or no. Hang on. What was the hang on. This makes no fucking sense.
It's not a depends. Is someone still a male if they do not have a purpose to reproduce?
Is someone a male? Well, can they be a male? Yes. Because you have an awful lot of people who are infertile, so cannot reproduce. That everything about them just perfectly resembles all the males that can reproduce. Save for whatever the problem is that means that they can't. You know? Or perfectly resembles, you know, to a large degree. It's just like a obviously observable pattern. You've never seen Matt crash out? Fuck, what was the one? I'm not going to be able to find it. There was one he did. I think it was with Arden. But I can't remember. And he fucking went mental. Very, very funny. I can't remember what it was. It was quite a while ago now.
Yes or no?
No. And it's a misleading question.
So you're saying
female.
The human race would die out if they didn't adapt and reproduce. Reproduction is integral to survival. There's no point in the entirety of human race living to survive and not reproducing, because then the human race itself doesn't survive, just the people do for however long. So survival and reproduction go hand in hand, surely.
Organ.
You're saying
be a male.
When I say yes or no, that's the only fucking word I need from you so that I can continue with the next thing. So that
Called railroading. Don't just never go along with this. Here's a massive debate tip for all of you. Never go along with this shit. If you feel like you're being railroaded and someone's just asking you a series of yes or no questions to try and hold your hand and lead you down a corridor so you get to where they want to go, then rebel. It's better that way.
you might learn something, because you just said that anyone who does not have a purpose to reproduce cannot be a male.
Yeah, he fucked up with that one. Shouldn't have said no. But he's trying to, it's like trick question shit. It's the same with that fucking Javan dipshit. I need to watch him again, even though he's fucking insufferable. That Javan Bradley person does that all the fucking time. Where it's just about asking you a series of yes or no questions, trying to find something to trip you up so you can say, oh, you were inconsistent there. You were inconsistent there. Okay, wow, bro. Wow. It's almost like that was the whole point of this and not anything to do with fucking gender or fucking leftism or whatever the fuck.
That's pretty arrogant of you, considering you've disagreed with.
Okay, I'm going to mute you. I don't need you to tell me whether or not I'm arrogant, because I don't care what your opinion is. You are factually wrong. You painted yourself into a corner. And I'm saying that you just declared that
You tried to and kind of succeeded because he didn't just carry on saying maybe.
anyone who does not have reproduction as their purpose cannot be a male. You just defined a whole bunch of people who you would otherwise define as male as not male. Whether you think I'm arrogant or not is irrelevant. I'm still right, and you're still monumentally wrong.
I'm right. Amazing argument, Matthew.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out your arrogance to the listeners, not to you.
Oh, sure, honey. Can we put a poll up?
Aw, bro. Well, we're gonna do a poll, and that's gonna who mogs, me or this guy. This is me, and this is this guy. Here's an ugly photo. Chat who mogs.
Whether or not the listeners think it's more arrogant of me to be
Oh yeah, I wonder what your fucking listeners think. Wow, incredible.
explaining how things are, or more arrogant of this person to fail to answer questions and then whine about how I'm arrogant? Let's put that poll up. Jesse, do you have anything else? By the way, Jesse, you do understand that trans people aren't claiming to be cis, right?
Trans people aren't claiming to be the word that exists to be the counterpoint to trans. Wow. No one is. No, of course.
Good. They should point out that they're transgender. That's fine.
No,
Why?
Jesse,
Hmm?
trans people aren't claiming to be cis, correct?
Correct.
Cool. And so now in that statement, you've acknowledged that there are trans people and there are cis people, and trans people aren't claiming to be cis. Trans people aren't claiming that they have gametes that are.
But some trans people do claim that they're cis. If we're to take cis, and I hate this fucking definition, it doesn't make any fucking sense because gender identity means literally nothing. But some trans people literally think that the medical transition makes them the sex that they covet being and not the one that they are. You know what I mean? So like, some trans people will say, I take HRT, therefore I'm now female. Well, then your identity is female and your body is female according to you. So you are in fact claiming to be cis. So Matt doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about here.
Different than their gametes. Trans people aren't claiming that they have gonads or reproductive organs or any of the things different from what they actually have. What they're talking about is the biological, sociological, psychological intersection of their gender identity.
That's fine. And their gender identity would be a transsexual or a transgender, not a man or a woman.
No,
because
see, trans is an adjective. So someone who may have been assigned male at birth, but is a woman, is a trans woman.
But they're not a woman, that's the problem. They're seen as a woman. It might make more sense to call them a woman, but they're not actually a woman. You break the rules sometimes.
And someone who might have been assigned, someone who may have been assigned female at birth, who is a man, is a trans man. That's an adjective noun. They're still a man. They're just.
Yeah, because it's a noun, that means that any adjective in front of that noun describes, like, it makes no fucking sense. Makes no fucking sense. You have a fucking Ken doll and you call it a plastic man. Is it now an adult human male? Is it now a man? No, it's a fucking doll.
Just a trans man, like a brunette man.
Is fool's gold still gold?
And a Republican man.
All of these are males, except the other one. And the definition of man is adult human male.
Stupid man.
So according to you, what is a man and what is a male?
I'm fine with adult male human for.
Yes, and this person is not male, so how is he a man?
What is a man?
Okay, nice. I agree. What's a male?
Oh, I'm fine with the notion that male is a complex assessment of both your primary, secondary, and tertiary sexual characteristics in the context of societal constructs related to gender.
But gender's based on sex. How can they both be based on each other? Oh, this is so stupid. How have we gotten to this point, man? How have we gotten to this point? What are we saying?
Your primary, secondary, and tertiary sexual characteristics in the context of societal constructs related to gender.
So what's like a buck? So what's like a bull then? Because those aren't, you know, there is no gender when it comes to like other animals, because gender is a human societal construct. This doesn't make any fucking sense. What are we talking about?
So that's a different definition, and that sounds like a gender role. You tie in society to that. But I think the best definition is still the one that I looked up, which is the gender that typically
the one that we debunked.
It develops.
The one that we debunked.
You didn't debunk it.
Debunked, right?
We didn't debunk it though.
We did actually.
We did, though.
Debunk it?
We did debunk.
Yeah, it's beyond 20 minutes. So there's like an order to this. You have something approaching a conversation. You get to about 10 minutes in, you start reviewing the conversation you just had. And then when it gets to about 20 minutes, at this point you just gaslight the caller into accepting you're correct, even though really no one has made enough points or substantiated anything anywhere near enough to actually be correct about this.
Look, okay, let me try to steel man your argument.
Jesse, is there anybody? Is there anybody?
Mhm.
Okay, so with your
I get cut off a
definition,
lot. Yeah.
Yes,
yeah,
you do.
because you don't answer questions and you keep talking. So, is there anybody, like, if you were to take your definition, like Matt was trying to get you to say earlier, are there people who normally would be men that are no longer men based on your definition, right?
No, they would stay men. We just might think of them as the other sex. That's not the same thing.
Does everybody who is a man fit your definition of man?
What is that question?
Or is there anybody that is at risk of being left out of that definition?
I would assume that everyone he thinks is a man according to how he defines man. Yes. Wow.
Because, you know, of what we already mentioned.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I feel like I don't even understand the question.
So going back to our examples, so somebody who says I'm a man but cannot produce sperm, is that person a man?
What, because they say they are? Not because they say they are.
Someone says I'm a man, but they cannot produce sperm. Well, it depends. Is it somebody who has a vagina and ovaries saying I'm a man but cannot?
So then sperm is not necessary to be a man.
I hate these people. I hate these people. Why is the line? Why is the line? Can I just ask? Why is the line? Who is this in service of? What is the point in this? What does this actually further? What is the point in any of this? I suppose people find this entertaining somehow. I suppose people sit here and like, fucking whatever. And they get the most delusional fucking losers. Okay, actually, maybe not. Not exactly. Someone is calling out their bullshit here. Don't know what the Satanist thing is. According to this logic, you cannot assign humans to someone born legless because humans are defined as being two-legged. This is a straw man and a poor analogy because I don't claim a definition of human that requires them to be two-legged. Wow. Wow. A random comment about Israel, how nice. Now, what is going on?
If you have a uterus and testes, are you a man or are you not a man?
Or you'd be male.
It depends. Like I said, what is your body trying to develop towards? And this is where when these abnormalities happen.
There's not a great answer, but at this point the conversation is like like dead in a ditch, and it was a long time ago.
Jesse, I'm going to interrupt you because you keep saying it depends. Yes, Jesse, we know it depends.
Yeah.
I don't need you to assent. I need you to be quiet until you've heard this, and then you'll be able to speak. And if you'd actually do this, you probably wouldn't get interrupted.
You can cut me off, right? But you can cut me off.
Yes, I did cut you off, and I will continue to cut you off on my show. And I'm trying to explain to you. I'm going to mute you now. I'm going to explain to you how you can actually guarantee that you get the most speaking time possible. Number one, listen and don't fucking interrupt.
Yeah, listen, don't ever. When these people are telling you what you have to do in order to be able to actually speak, that means that you're debating complete fucking twats and that this is a complete waste of time. And this guy is a tiny cog.
Number two, answer the question you're asked.
Yeah, basically, do what we tell you. Answer the questions in the way we want you to. Let us railroad you as much as we fucking want. Like, who wants this? Who calls into this shit? That's the biggest problem. You know what? That's the biggest fucking problem. Who is still calling into this shit? It's well established that these people are like this. So why are people still bothering? What is the point? I'd say the same thing about people like Billboard Steve, honestly. It just doesn't seem to be human nature. What's the point? It's like a waste of time. The best thing everyone in the world can do is starve their fucking content farm.
That's a really good start. And now that you've whined about getting cut off, you've now distracted me to the point where I don't even remember the point that I was actually interrupting to clarify about. This conversation would be so much better if you understood back and forth. When you say it depends, we know it depends. We're asking you what it depends on. So when we're seeking
Has he tried to explain and you've cut him off?
clarification in your definition, we're doing it so that we can show that your definition is either complete and correct and captures everyone who is a man within that definition and everyone is a woman within that definition, or that it has holes in it.
Those definitions probably just don't really exist entirely, and that's okay. And arguing the toss about the 0.1% just doesn't really have much value. Certainly doesn't do anything for trans people.
When we point out one of the holes and ask you, how do you resolve it? You shouldn't be starting with, it depends. We
Well, no, maybe it depends on something, and then it should.
already know that. We want you to tell us what it depends upon. What is the criteria that you overlooked in the first 5 times you tried to define this? So let's try it again.
As if his definition wasn't completely fucking retarded, by the way. You can't define sex based on gender. That's what he's done. So automatically, what he's suggesting sex is far fucking worse than anything this guy's gonna say.
I'm going to unmute you now. Hopefully we won't have to interrupt you. What does it depend on?
So again, it depends on what sexual function your body was attempting to develop or has developed the most.
Jesse, but the problem is, and I'm getting tired of this conversation because I've already told you where that function disagrees with itself. Because, Jesse, does it require more than one trait? Does it require more than one trait to have reproductive function?
If the main trait fails, we do have to look at other traits. Yes, if the main trait fails.
So what are those? So what are those? That is what I'm asking. I'm asking for specifics.
Yeah, because I answered it. The main trait is to produce sperm.
Jesse, when you've mentioned these things, you've mentioned things, and I've given you examples of where they may contradict each other. And it sounds to me.
Yes, what if someone was 50% anatomically one and 50% anatomically the other? Wow.
Like you don't know enough. You don't know enough about
Jesse, you're not going to get to speak again for the rest of the show, but I'm going to mute you now because you just interrupted Ben with more of your whiny little bitch stuff about I feel like blah, blah, blah. So we're out.
What, this guy's going to monologue for like fucking 6+ minutes? He's just going to sit there and talk and expect this guy to listen? Dude, if someone tells me you're not talking again, I'm gonna lecture you. I'm out of the fucking call. Fuck that shit. I ain't fucking listening to you. You don't want to listen to me. I ain't fucking listening to you.
Asking you, what are the list of?
I'm not gonna let you talk for the rest of the show. Immediately ask a question. What's the point in asking a fucking question that you're not gonna let him answer?
Criteria, and we're doing this for a very important reason, because we know more about this than you.
Oh, nasty, nasty.
We've been doing this so much longer.
Why do you think sex is based on gender? Why does gender factor into sex when gender is based on sex? What do masculine and feminine refer to? They refer to male and female. Sex exists independently of gender because gender is like societal and shit like that. Psychological, societal shit like that exists in humans, you know? But we also know that it exists in fucking every other species of mammal very much, and plenty of non-mammals. Oh, hi, Billy. So this is just retarded. They're doing all this grandstanding when his version of sex is just dumb. It's just nonsensical.
Longer. It's the reason you're calling in. Nobody gives a shit what Jesse's opinion is that he just fucking Googled and looked.
And why do you even have him on the show? Why do you let people call in whose opinions you don't give a shit about?
Up and has put no thought into it. We're sitting here pointing out that yes,
this is like the insecure debater classic. This whole, oh well, I don't value your opinion. It's like Ico. I don't value your opinion. Okay, well then why are we fucking talking then?
This is a complicated subject, and people have spent lifetimes earning degrees and interacting with experts in countless fields to point out that your simple definitions are insufficient, and so they get expanded. And we recognize all kinds of things. I would bet money right now, Jesse, that if we were to start asking you questions about what's complete androgen insensitivity syndrome, what's Klinefelter syndrome, what happens when you get the SRY gene on a Y chromosome, what happens with you when you have someone who's producing male levels of testosterone, sperm, and has undescended testes.
Trough delete his channel. No idea. Have you tried searching for it? If it comes up, then he probably didn't delete it. If it doesn't come up, then maybe he did delete it. I don't know.
What happens if you get someone who generally, once upon a time, would have just been described as hermaphroditic because they get the actual reproductive organs of both of our normatively sexually dimorphic species? All of these things go into the complexity of sex, which is still not a simple binary. Human biological sex, the chromosomes, the gametes, not a simple binary at all. And yet sex is still distinct from what we're talking about with gender.
So he said sex is based on gender. Like, what are you saying?
Someone talking about being a trans man isn't, as I noted, misrepresenting their gametes, their genitals, their any of that stuff. They're not representing their chromosomes. Matter of fact, most of the time, I bet
that's why they're still female.
That you literally have no idea what the chromosomes are for anyone you've ever been in a relationship with or shook hands with. You guess at what you think their chromosomes are and what their gametes are by their presentation. And
yeah, but that's not what they objectively are. It's just what they look like, you know?
If somebody comes up to you, like, and you have no reason to suspect that the gender they are presenting as is anything other than their actual gender, which you, in your limited...
His channel was still there when I just searched, so maybe you just can't see it.
Oversimplification would just say, oh, I just assumed you had always been male and you were assigned male from birth and that you fit into these buckets. That is about you and your baggage trying to put people into your oversimplified...
Now we're psychoanalyzing people, how nice. He's just running through the gamut of fucking online debate pedophile hack shit. Debate pedophile, not this guy's a pedophile, by the way.
Definition. We're pointing out, and apologies, we're using you as a foil because you're not stupid, but you are ignorant. You don't know enough about the subject. And so Ben has been...
This guy's too much of a fucking prick. He just lectures the entire time. As if this guy knows shit about any of this either. How nice. How nice. What a patronizing dickhead. And then, I mean, for the most part, everyone needs to see this particular video. Matt was spot on. No, he was dumb. He sucked. Everyone does not need to see this video, except to know that Matt Dillahunty is very confused when it comes to sex and should probably stop arguing about it because he's making a twat out of himself. The caller was muted for the rest of the thing. Like, literally the rest of the video is just this fucking loser just monologuing about shit he doesn't really understand himself. This would make sense if all trans people are intersex, but they are not. 99.9% of trans people perfectly align with their sex observed at birth. I don't know how true this is, but I'm not aware that being intersex makes you more likely to be trans. I'm not aware that that's a thing. I am aware that you do get trans people that a male claiming a different gender than the one normally associated with the male sex is just a feminine man, not a woman. Well, just claiming it doesn't really mean anything. Like, it's how you get gendered by others that I think is important. Like, if people see you as a woman, then in certain realities you are a woman, you know what I mean? That's kind of the transition. It's not, I've literally become what is objectively a woman, because none of these people can define woman. It doesn't make sense what they think a woman is. To be a man, you have to be a male. To be a woman, you have to be a female. Feminine man is still a man. Masculine female is still a woman. I mean, at this point, we're getting into, like, you know, fairly subjective terms. For some people, it would make more sense to call a feminine male who socially transitions and shit like that a trans woman. And in certain areas of society, it probably makes more sense to integrate them into womanhood than malehood. But it depends on what we're talking about. If it's bathrooms, maybe it's fine. If it's women's sports, it probably isn't fine. There are males that can't produce sperm. What criteria are you using to determine that person is male? Yeah, to me, it's like their genitalia at that point. What genitalia do they have? You can fit almost everyone into male and female. And maybe it's just not the end of the world if some people don't fit very easily into the binary. So then, what's a better categorization that is simple to understand? That still, you know, still describes the vast majority of people, if not every single person, you know? Sex and gender are different things. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so some of the... love from a Riverboat Jack and Vorsh fan. Jesus Christ. Like having abusive parents or something. Oh my god. Yeah, some of the comments are sucking these people off, some aren't. This is why trans people aren't going to be accepted in society. The child knows what a man or woman is. No amount of this debate, pedo nonsense could change that. I mean, plenty of trans people are accepted in society, so I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know. It's fucking dumb. Fuck the line. I am going to see what this person is. The Discord set. What, the Trough Discord? Are you sure you didn't get kicked? If you got removed from the Discord server, then it's still there. You just got removed from it. And I can see why they would kick you, no offense. I don't know. Ooh. What's happening? We're going to see what this person is. We've got another trans debate bro type. Someone said Matt belongs in Slytherin. I don't really know what that means, but I don't actually like Harry Potter, so... Yeah, I think this person has appeared on... The live section is gone. Okay, so he's hidden all his VODs, basically. Yeah, so what was I saying? Make sure you like the stream, super chat in the link, or on YouTube, etc. So this person, I think, has also been on the line and is trans themselves, so at least has some skin in the game, I guess. There's an awful lot of this, like, TikTok-y kind of debate stuff. And I guess we'll see if this person is any good. Most of them are fucking dreadful. Debate a transgender atheist, a very original thinker, obviously. Very original thinker, as a transgender atheist myself. We'll just hang out and chill. My positions. There is no good reason to believe a god exists. Okay, wow. Much 2007, very wow. The Christian god is evil. What the fuck does that mean? The Christian god is evil. Well, how can the Christian god be evil if it doesn't exist? I guess you're saying if it does, it's evil. Wow. Trans identities are valid. Okay. Gender affirming care is beneficial. At least some of the time it seems to be. MAGA is fascist. Probably. Fuck MAGA. Either way, don't care. Conservatives are evil or ignorant. Probably depends on the person. You could say this about lots of progressives. You could say this about lots of liberals, far righters, far lefters, pretty much anyone. But sure. This person is called Mama Mephistopheles. So I'll try and not die of cringe when I watch this, I guess. Apparently a transphobe says you must have children or the human race will end. I mean, the human race will end if no one has children. If a handful of people cut their dicks off before they had kids, it's probably not the end of the world. But I don't know. You can never tell with like the titles and stuff. Let's see if this person is any good. I don't know. I've never seen them before. All of my cringe detectors are going off pretty hardcore, but you never know. You never know. We'll be open-minded. Make sure you like the stream, super chat, support the stream, buy a membership or some gifted memberships or something. I don't know. You should.
Ooh, we're getting a phone call.
Ooh, HSTS alert.
Hello, you here to debate?
Yeah, how are you?
That's a Javanism, by the way.
I'm good. How are you? What's your name, age, and pronouns?
Literally skinwalking Javan.
I'm doing well. My name is Brian. I'm 39. And, you know, I think it's kind of self-explanatory.
Nope.
No?
What's your pronouns?
What kind of name is Brian?
I don't know.
A boy's name or a girl's name?
Dunno.
Why not?
Because I don't know you.
Is it just me, or does this person sound like Inspector Gadget?
Because I don't know you.
Proper sounds. Hang on. I don't know if I can show it. Yeah, there's definitely some voice training. I mean, listen. I'm glad I sound like this and not like that, but hey. Where's the bit where he talks? Is this just a theme song? I don't want the theme song. No, I need him talking. Okay, there's a bit of an episode here.
Attempting to infiltrate police secret meetings. Your mission is to find him before he learns any secret plans.
Why not?
Because I don't know you.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit of it. That wasn't as funny as I hoped it would be. But never mind, we move on.
No, I'm just saying the name. Have you ever heard the name Brian before? It's like a very old name.
Yeah, I don't tend to make assumptions about people's pronouns or how they identify.
So is this person actually here to debate when they're going to do this kind of shit? Is this actually about debating? I already fucking hate this dude. Like, what's the point in this?
So, if you can just, like, give your pronouns like a normal person.
Well, I think most people in our country don't speak that way by clearing a conversation with
You don't use
what
pronouns?
our genitalia is. Well,
What do
no,
pronouns
it's
have
not,
to do with
it's-
genitalia? That's a weird thing to say.
Voice crack.
no,
Pronouns
it's
have
not-
to do with
it's-
genitalia. That's a weird
Listen,
thing
I can't talk. I voice crack all the time.
to say.
It's whether or not you say I'm a he or a she, and actually interrupting the pattern of establishing that in a conversation is not something that's been done in human history forever.
I don't really care what people have used to done. That's not a good reason to not do something now.
What's TACIS?
And asking you for your pronouns is about being polite and making sure that people are referring to you the way that
No, it's about getting people to talk the way you want them to talk. This isn't politeness, this is stupid.
you would prefer to be referred to.
So if it actually offended more people than it actually helped, is that a good thing that you're doing it, if that were the case? If it actually offended more people than you're helping?
Why are you offended?
No, I'm not saying I'm offended. I'm just saying
You
hypothetically.
sound pretty offended.
Well, you can guess, but that's not where I'm going with it. I'm saying if people were offended by that.
If people were
More
offended
people
that I
than-
was trying to refer to them correctly, then that would be insane. That'd be like asking you for your name, and you say, "Oh, hi, my name's Brian," and I say, "Oh, what's up, fart face?"
Right.
Like,
Yeah,
that's the situation that would be comparable
Oh, right.
here, is I ask you for your name, and you say, "Oh, shouldn't my name just be obvious?" So, like...
This is a genuine question. So it's a genuine question. So
I mean, saying shouldn't my name be obvious is a bit retarded. Meanwhile, you hear someone talk, you probably can intuit their pronouns, especially when you hear their name. That's something that trans people do. It's a pretty easy trick. I say a trick, I don't mean that as in like, you know, it's somehow insidious. But like when I say my name is Mary, and you refer to me as Mary in a sentence, it just feels natural to say she. Like, it feels weird to use a woman's name and then say he, you know what I mean? So it's quite an easy way of kind of influencing the way someone talks about you without really like telling you to do anything. They just told you their name. So this person knows that you can infer pronouns based on a name. And surely would this person not prefer that someone guesses their pronouns how they want them to be guessed than having to tell everyone? Like, I don't know, man. That's more confirming. It's more affirming to your gender, surely.
It's
You
a
know,
genuine
when
question
folks say
for what your
anorexia-
pronouns are.
No. It's
Like,
kind
you
of
can
on that
just
topic,
say
though.
what your pronouns are. Like, it would be very easy. Unless you don't use pronouns. Are you saying you don't use pronouns?
No. I just
Okay,
want to
so
continue
when
with the
people
conversation
refer
and
to
not be
you,
rude.
when people refer to you in conversation in third person, what would they call you?
I don't care what they say. They can
Oh.
call me whatever they want to call me. Yeah,
Oh,
so for you,
so
So his pronouns are any. Can we have an actual conversation now? They're trolling. This is the lamest trolling in the entire fucking world. They're not trolling. They sound like they're the ones being trolled. This is the shittest troll I've ever seen in my life.
do you
Whatever you
think
wanna
that
call me
there's
is
accurate
totally
such
okay.
thing as
And
accurate?
what's the actual point in trolling this person like this? What is this doing? Is this a debate channel or is it just annoy people about pronouns? What is the point in this?
Accurate pronouns? Do you think that there are pronouns that are more accurate to describe someone?
yeah.
Okay, so what would be the accurate pronouns for you?
Are you entitled to know that?
Ah, pal. Yeah.
Oop, the laugh betrayed the voice acting,
Entitled to
the voice training. Excuse me.
know that?
Ah, pal. Yes, I am, because you're up on my stream and that's the rules.
What we need to do. I'll try and watch this entire video. Let's try and see which octave this person's voice is in by the end. Guaranteed, this is going to get lower and lower. Whenever someone sounds like this, you can just, if you listen to the start and then go to the end, you just guarantee it's sounding like me by the end of the day.
If you can't answer a very simple question out of courtesy, because let's be clear, people use different pronouns even with names that you might assume go one way, and people have voices that sound different than you might assume, or people use different pronouns than you might assume from their voice. So,
Yes, the answer is we should hold up an entire conversation for almost 5 minutes going on about shit no one cares about. When asking people their pronouns is like shit we were trying to do in 2021 and it didn't work because no one does this shit.
to be polite, we ask
Who cares, Mary? It's not a reflection of their transness. What are you fucking talking about? What are you talking about? What are you fucking talking about? Why are you so defensive of this utter retard on my screen? This is stupid. Why are they asking for pronouns in the first place? No one cares about this shit anymore. Can I call into their channel? Maybe one day. I don't know.
Ask people for their pronouns.
If they're this insufferable, then I don't really see the point, but maybe.
And if you can't engage with just the most basic, simple introductory question, it makes me wonder how anybody is supposed to have...
It's literally the fucking ICO shit. Well, you can't even answer a simple question. Well, I didn't come here to answer a question like that. Why do I have to? Why do I have to ask? Why do I have to answer any one fucking question?
A productive conversation with you at all.
So for the sake of it, to get to my question, I'll just say I'm a he.
Oh, their voice octave doesn't affirm their transness, reflection of their transness. Did I say that that's what I think? I'm just saying. Since you're a fucking retard, apparently. I'm just saying. It's funny when someone does all this voice training shit and then you listen to their voice go down and down and down over time. I'm not making a comment on their transness. I think you should calm down a bit, am I?
Him and I'll move on.
There you go! You did it! Everybody applaud the job.
Oh, I fucking hate this person. I actually fucking hate this person. This is the cringiest fucking shit. Surely trans people don't like watch this en masse and think that this is cool. It can't be just me, right? It can't be just me that sees this shit and I'm like, this needs to fucking stop, bro. This needs to fucking end. This ain't fucking most of us by a long shot. And it makes sense why they've got fucking 566 subscribers, I guess. I implied that and that means nothing. That's a timeout right there. Please do not lie about me, you fucking retard. Go away. Shut the fuck up.
Giant baby! Oh, you figured out pronouns! That's 4 minutes and 45 seconds of my life I'm never gonna get back.
Yeah, you chose to go on about this, bro. Why are you asking in the first place?
No, you're right, and I'm glad. But I'm glad to have made you happy. That's all that matters, right? But let me get to my question. So, the question is, when folks have anorexia, they have a vision of themselves that they're actually fat.
I can already tell this question is going to be fucking retarded. We're on no one's side here. We're on no one's side here. Everyone sucks, as usual. Wow.
Better than they are. They think that, you know...
No affirming anorexia and saying, yes, you are that skinny, you should... Or you are that fat, you should never eat again. Yes, that is completely fucking different from affirming someone's trans status or whatever.
That they're bigger than...
You cut out. What?
Want to help.
Ooh, AGP smirk, AGP. I thought they were HSTS. I thought that was like a gay boy voice.
You cut out. What?
AGP smirk. There we go. There we go. There we go.
Want to help. And what we don't do is tell people with anorexia that they actually are fat and that they should.
Yeah, the anorexia argument is fucking retarded. Yeah, everyone sucks. Wow.
Continue to diet. And I just don't understand the difference between the way that we approach trans people and the way that we approach people with anorexia. I don't understand why it's different.
Do you know what the difference between a dysmorphia and a dysphoria is?
I can take a stab at it, but you might know better than me.
One is fixating on a specific part of your body. If we're talking body dysmorphia, obsessing over a particular part of your body, which might be your weight. Dysphoria is unhappiness.
A dysmorphia is when someone has a false perception of their own body. Mm-hmm. A dysphoria is a...
Wait, in general? If we're saying in general, I was talking about body dysmorphia. Wait, when I search dysmorphia, it comes up with body dysmorphic disorder, which is obsessing over particular parts of your appearance or body. So unless there's a more niche kind of usage of dysmorphia by itself, I think this person's actually wrong. Like, body dysmorphia means you're obsessing over a particular part of your body. you might have a obsession with, I don't know, the length of your fingers or something. It keeps you up at night or something. That could be considered body dysmorphia. If you're obsessive over your weight, then that might be body dysmorphia. This is either a niche usage or I think this person's wrong.
Distress at an actual part of their body. Distress of their own body. A dysphoria.
Dysphoria means unhappiness, no? Okay, this person's just making shit up. They don't know what they're talking about. Amazing. Wow, a trans debate bro that knows nothing about the things they talk about. Congratulations.
Is a distress at an actual part of their body.
Can obese people have anorexia? Presumably not, no. I mean, I guess very, very technically, but I don't know how the fuck that would happen. I imagine if they're obese and have anorexia, they're not going to be obese for very long.
I see. Interesting. Okay.
Bro, so what's the meaning then? So, close the circle. Why are you sat there quiet? You just explained those concepts. So where's it going?
So what they are
Okay, finally, Jesus.
treated in completely different ways.
Yep, this person is an OnlyFans, of course they do.
The simple data that we have shows that things like therapy and maybe antipsychotics help people with dysmorphias, whereas for people with, say, gender dysphoria, gender affirming care, therapy, the simple data that we have shows that things like therapy and maybe antipsychotics help people with dysmorphias.
What do they normally treat body dysmorphia with? Like, antipsychotics are, like, pretty nuts. I don't know, I've never heard of anyone been on them that's been happy. Like, therapy, sure. I mean, therapy means just about anything. And there's, like, a talking therapy of some kind for basically everything. Would you give someone with body dysmorphia antipsychotics? Maybe in extreme cases. SSRIs, SRIs, those aren't antipsychotic. Are they? Antidepressants and antipsychotics aren't the same thing, are they? How do you normally... Yeah, usually you wouldn't call an SSRI a antipsychotic. Oh, I don't know. We're all over the place here. We're fucking all over the place. What are we talking about?
Whereas for people with, say, gender dysphoria, gender affirming care is what leads to good outcomes.
Well, it can do. I don't think it 100% always does. It can do. It seems to help at least some people.
So
I think you could argue it does basically always help them. And when it doesn't, it's more a case of, well, was gender dysphoria their actual issue? Or they do have gender dysphoria, but it depends on the cause of it. Because I feel like gender dysphoria usually comes from somewhere, you know what I mean?
just to kind of recap what you just said, so the people with dysphoria are not happy with something that is there, and then the people with dysmorphia are upset with something that isn't there.
Some inaccurate perception, yes.
This isn't actually true.
Interesting.
Does that answer
why
your
do we
question?
treat them?
Does anorexia even fall under body dysmorphia? Like, body dysmorphia isn't an eating disorder. Like, I think we're actually going on a wild goose chase about shit that's not actually very relevant. And I mean, the problem is I can't entirely blame this person because the entire premise is comparing anorexia to trans, which is stupid when you actually think about it for any length of time. But like, body dysmorphia isn't an eating disorder. Body dysmorphia is obsessing over a certain aspect of your body. But that can be there. It can be something that is there. You can be obsessing over, I don't know, your legs are too short. And you do actually have, in fact, like shorter than average legs, you know, that kind of thing. Anorexia is kind of its own thing. I don't know. We're going down a really weird, like, you know, pattern, dialogue tree, shall we say.
Well,
we treat them differently because that's how you get to good outcomes. You'd use different treatments for anorexia to get to good outcomes and positive mental health, and you use different treatment for gender dysphoria to get to different positive outcomes and better mental health.
Right.
They're just different things that need different treatment.
That's true.
That's an interesting thought.
Now, this guy seems utterly moronic, just to be clear. Not the person on here, the guy calling seems pretty moronic. Like, is this the first time someone's told you that anorexia and trans are two different things? Okay, man. Okay, man. Why are you calling these people?
Now, my only question with that is that as enough time passed, because I think there has been, in a sense, a revolution for trans folks where, you know, whether or not you think that they've always been like this or not, there has been a surge of folks identifying and being outwardly trans.
Do I need to get the left-handedness over time graph?
Mate, he's just saying that there's more of them than there used to be. Like, calm down.
No, I mean, I get it. I mean, you could...
Also, massive tip for this person. Don't tuck your chin in. Don't tuck your chin in. Especially with your hair up like that. Don't tuck your chin in. Because it's like, it's like the double chin is like appearing in a different way, but it's very much there. Don't tuck your chin in. Sit straight, you know what I mean? Sit normally. It'll look much better, I promise you. You're not the worst looking trans woman in the world. But stop tucking your chin in, please.
You can make the argument that folks have been around over time. I'm just saying, like, the prevalence and the fact that it's a part of the national conversation and there's a lot of visibility around it. And there's a certain, I think, you know, the survey is out. I think one recently saying that the most recent generation was somewhere around 25 to 30% identifying as LGBTQ. And that has implications on reproduction rates in the United States. So I think there's a lot.
Yeah, this maybe it has a very small effect. I mean, people transitioning really is not close to top of the list of why people aren't reproducing. You'd be better off saying it's because no one afford it, even though that isn't really true either.
A lot baked in. Well, there is. I mean, if 25% of your population isn't reproducing, then that's going to have an effect on the population.
Does your solution involve forcing people?
That's why we have immigration. There you go.
To not be LGBT?
No, I don't think you can force anyone to do anything when it comes to something like this.
Okay, great. So,
but I think
let's you know what? Let's take this to its extreme. Let's say that tomorrow, starting tomorrow, every single person born was LGBT. You know what would happen is we would just start doing a lot more IVF. We would just start doing a lot more sperm donation.
Yeah, that would probably mean lower birth rates in general, to be clear.
Like, people can have kids while being...
If no one's doing it the normal way, then yeah, probably fewer people are doing it. Like, this doesn't sound like a great idea, to be honest. But unfortunately, what's being posed is extremely stupid, so...
Being LGBT. This is not an issue.
Well, right.
I mean, I would say that the birth rates certainly are an issue. It's just weird to put it on, like, gay, trans people, etc's door, honestly.
And I think that can sustain for maybe one generation or two generations. But
why not forever?
I think when you
why not? We're already in this ridiculous idea that there's enough LGBT people to stop the human race from reproducing enough.
Okay, I don't remember him saying that. we're taking it to extremes here.
Well, my whole point is that this has been such a recent phenomenon that we don't actually know the implications here, not only on the individual level, but societal level. Like, we don't know with the amount of folks we have getting this done to them, and I think the biggest concern is that children are influenced by this and then would adopt a lifestyle that otherwise they wouldn't have adopted. And it's the kids that undergo.
Yeah, that's not
if
how
they
that
actually
works.
Well, of course it is. I mean,
Nobody
it
gets
wouldn't be probably
influenced
in
to
the
be
most
gay
cases,
or trans. That's not how that works.
No, it can happen. You can definitely influence someone to be gay or trans. Doesn't mean we should regard it as being something you are necessarily influenced into. But let's say someone tells another person what trans is, and the other person goes away and thinks about it, and they think, hey, maybe that relates to me. Did you not kind of influence that person into it? Like, maybe they would have been influenced into it either way. But you can influence someone into being trans. Wasn't fucking Chris Chan influenced into being trans? Wasn't that Finster person given like shit tons of fucking money to like cross-dress and shit? And then one day, wow, they're trans. Wow, amazing.
Well, how come in other societies that's not common at all? Like in some societies that are isolated in Africa, they look at us.
All right, I'm going to get the left-handedness over time graph.
I am left-handed, by the way, so this might land. I'm curious to hear what this is.
The point is, it became more accepted, therefore there's more of them. Which, okay, wow, sure. That doesn't really. I don't know what we're saying with this. I don't know how it deals with any kind of arguments. And it, like, the thing is, like, if left-handedness is like innate in some way, that doesn't mean that being trans is. Although we should treat it as such.
Alrighty. Let's just pull this up.
But I do respect you, and I don't feel that you are any less than anyone else in any degree. I think.
Can I get an LMAO in the chat? Because frankly, I have never heard that kind of phrasing before anything that was like productive or good.
Wow.
Alright, let me see here.
But saying something nice about somebody?
No, like, oh, I totally respect you. I just think that people are, being converted to be trans and that your existence is going to lead to the extinction of the human race somehow.
Didn't even say any of this. It's like, it's so fucking annoying, bro. His arguments are stupid. What he's posing is really dumb. To suggest that transgenderism might have a negative effect on society because of birth rates. That's fucking stupid. That doesn't make any fucking sense. So why do we have to do any of this, like, reductio ad absurdum or whatever? Why do we have to take it to, like, an insane version of itself? It's just not necessary. All you have to do is meet his shit head on and you're gonna win because his arguments are stupid. So what's the point in any of this? What? How do people watch this shit, bro? I'm serious. Like, I don't know if it's a good measure. Like 29 likes to 725 views. I don't know what that is a measurement of, quite honestly. But like, what are we doing? What are we fucking doing? You don't have to do this insecure fucking shit. Like... What is this? This is one of the most retarded forms of bait I've ever seen. Imagine being dumb enough to call in debate with a person this far out there. I mean, listen, I actually agree with this. I don't know who is calling someone like this. Just like I don't know who the fuck is calling The Line or calling fucking Javan Bradley, who this person is clearly very heavily influenced by. Which is a shame because Javan Bradley fucking sucks. He's a fucking loser. And you're basing your shtick off of a fucking cisgender person. It's embarrassing. This is representative of the people. I have good faith that society will weed this shit out in time. The problem is this isn't representative. This person is not at all representative of trans people. This person is a fucking TikTok debater fucking loser. This is dumb. This entire genre of YouTube is fucking terrible. And I say that as the person that kind of created fucking Firebat fucking Reacts. Firebat fucking Tent. It sucks. I mean, they must have some, like, fucking glazers, I guess, here. Like, 4 minutes and 30 seconds to answer a simple ass question. Well, why is this question so important? It's like, why was it important for fucking... fucking, what's her name? Aiko to ask me 26 fucking times in a row if I meant an apology? Why is it that you can't just say, well, maybe this isn't actually that important. Let's just fucking get on with it. She's really funny when she's doing other things. This person doesn't seem like they're capable of being funny, and I'm only losing more respect for you. Knock off Javan Bradley with the same lame arguments. Yep, seems to be true. Seems to be true. Thanks for keeping up the fight. No, this person is making things worse. This person is making things worse. This is terrible representation, frankly.
How? Like, it's very wacky stuff. Alright, here we go. Are you looking at the stream?
What'd you say about, yeah, let's hear about the left-handed history.
Alright. Do you know why the graph is this shape?
My graph is what now?
Do you know why this graph is this shape? Can you see the stream?
Oh, you want me to, let me see. I'm just on my phone here. Let me go to my YouTube.
He wrestles people? Well, this person's a wrestler? I don't see any of that. I just see this bullshit. In between calls, she's normal. Why can't she be normal during calls? What's the point in putting on some weird character to be a weird fucking debate bro? And promote that as your, like, as your shit. Why not just be normal the whole time and just have the conversation just purporting to want to have, you know? It's preposterous. Like, this person sucks. I don't know why you're fucking defending them so much.
Wait 1 sec.
Oh, you're calling in from the YouTube. It's up on the TikTok.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah, I can't see it.
Yeah. There it is. Alright.
I have to go on.
Can you see it now?
Well, no, I mean, I'm not on YouTube. I think if I go on YouTube, there'll be an echo.
Okay, well, anyway. So, you'll notice...
Why not just say, there are more left-handed people because it's been, you know, accepted. It's just a normal thing. Why just say that? What's this fucking gay graph all about? Just fucking say it.
Here, let me try.
It starts...
Let me try.
Okay. This graph, it starts at a relatively, like, lowish level, and then it goes down a little bit, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And it was in this time that it's going down.
Okay, because you're trans and struggling, as if no one else is struggling. That's completely... It's completely acceptable to act like a fucking jack-off on stream. What are you talking about? You're so fucking dumb. It's like depressing. Do you know how depressing you are? Do you know how depressing you are? They're trans and struggling. Yeah, everyone's fucking struggling. That's the fucking point, bro. That doesn't mean this shit isn't fucking lame. That doesn't mean this person is completely embarrassing themselves. You're like fucking cooked in the fucking head, bro. I swear to fucking God.
Here that people were demonizing left-handedness. They said it was of the devil. But
oh, and by the way, you can't criticize me for, like, shitting on you because I'm trans and struggling.
Then we stopped doing that, and you'll notice that the rate just goes straight up and then plateaus. Because this rate that it's plateaued at is the number of people that just are left-handed. This is a rate of reporting left-handedness. Fewer people came out as left-handed while it was demonized.
Came out as left-handed.
Then we see this big spike of left-handedness, and then it evens out. Because some people just are left-handed. It's not something...
It's not really analogous to trans, though.
That spreads by social contagion. And that's how
So
it is for being LGBT.
That doesn't mean that being trans can't be socially contagious. It doesn't mean it is necessarily, but that doesn't mean that it can't be. It doesn't mean that you can't give someone the idea that they're trans, or someone can watch something and pick up the idea that they might be trans, for example. Like, this just doesn't work. This doesn't make any sense.
LGBT.
What we're looking at here on this chart starts, this rise starts at about 1905, right? So like at the bottom of this chart, it seems like about 1905 in the left-handedness. And then it seems to level off around 1960. So we're looking at, 55 years difference there. So, like, let's just draw a parallel here and say, we just don't know the implications.
Oh, I'm watching someone called Mama Mephistopheles. It's like bad Javan Bradley fucking knockoff shit.
Of this.
Okay, well, if you don't know, then why are you catastrophizing? Like,
well, I'm
if you're,
Why are you catastrophe? Oh, I hate it.
it's a conversation, right?
okay, well, you need to actually, like, make a point, because if you're just going to come in here and say, well, I don't know what could happen in the future. We could all get hit by a meteor tomorrow and explode.
No, I know what could happen. I mean, what could happen is, we have a weaker population and our society gets
Weaker
broken
how?
down. Well, we're the laughing stock of the world. Militarily, we don't have enough young men that can actually pick up rifles and fight.
I'm sorry, but America is the laughing stock of the world militarily right now because Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth are, like, morons. All right? But you're talking about wars that are being fought with drones, and you're mad that, like, there's people aren't manly enough in the military? This is a nothing argument. In fact, we have found that the trans service members that were kicked out of the military, it has had absolutely no impact on military readiness. And these folks were just as military ready as everybody else in the military.
It's kind of an impossible thing. I mean, I think when you take people out that need constant medical care.
Are you aware that most of the military is not frontline fighters?
Yeah. No,
Okay.
and even so, I think there's logistical constraints, there's financial constraints, there's, I do believe it's a mental illness. You were born a certain way, and every cell in your body is male. And I believe
No,
to
that's
tell you
actually
otherwise is not an act of
because
love.
DNA is not in every cell.
But it's a...
So you want to change the topic now, though? Like, your concern before was about, like,
DNA
we're
is
not
not
going to
what
have
now?
enough kids. DNA is not in every cell of the human body. But for one thing, are you changing the topic? Are you changing the topic now?
Well, there's parts of our bodies that aren't our body.
I
Right,
asked you a
like
question.
there's
Are you
things like
changing the
parasites
topic?
that are
Are you
on our
changing?
body.
I asked you a
We have,
question. I asked you a question. Are you changing the topic from LGBT people are going to cause us to not have enough kids? Are you changing the topic from that?
No, it's the same topic. It's deviation from what's normal.
Okay, because you have yet to give me, like, an actual...
So if you need me, I'm going to be dying of cringe listening to these two utter fucking morons attempt to have a conversation. Jesus fucking Christ. What has the world come to? What has the world come to? Jesus Christ.
Point. So I'm gonna need an actual point here. An actual argument. Not just, like, you're spitballing your, like, empty ideas.
No, I've just realized maybe there's like a market here. Maybe there's a gap in the market. Maybe someone needs to do the TikTok debate shit and just not be a dick. Maybe that's like the gap in the market. It's crazy. Has anyone ever thought of being a debate bro on the internet and not being a complete fucking asshole? Has no one thought of that? Wow.
No, I mean, it's a conversation if you want it to be. I've made some points that you don't want to seem to engage with.
What points did I not engage with?
Your DNA is male.
No, I'm asking you if you're changing from the topic,
Say what
because
now?
if you're talking about, if you want to suddenly go to whether or not trans people are valid, that's a whole other conversation. Then LGBT people are gonna cause us to not have enough kids. Like, are you abandoning that point?
No, I think
Okay, then we need to stay on that until we finish.
that's going to create implications long term and projections of population. I think.
What are the implications long term, and how are you backing that up?
You think clout corrupts? What's this person's excuse then? Fucking hell.
No, through generations of people that are born, and how many people have kids, and how many kids per person. I mean, these are mathematical projections, and if 25 to 30% of our young people are not or are less likely to reproduce, let's say half of those people don't reproduce, that's 15 less people. 15 less percent people in our country in maybe 100 or 150 years.
Like,
we're talking about,
buddy, first you need to correct something, which is that LGBT people are often capable of reproduction, right? The vast majority of that 25-30% you're talking about are going to be gay, lesbian, bisexual people who are all going to be capable of having kids for the most part. Also, lots of trans people are capable of reproducing. Lots of trans people are capable of reproducing.
Sure. But let's say 30% are LGBTQ. We can say, let's say
that's
half
an overestimate for sure.
But let's say...
Dipshit, he said, let's say. This is why... You don't need to grandstand and do this thing when this guy's arguments are this dumb. Like, what's the point?
30, let's say half of those don't reproduce, and half do. That's still 15%, and that's a huge chunk of our country. If we snapped our fingers right now and 15% of our country disappeared, it would be...
Are we talking about...
Wait, 15%? What's 1 in 6? What's 1 in 6? Isn't that roughly 15%? Surely it must be, like, a bit under. Like 12.5 or something? So isn't like almost 15% of people, aren't like almost 15% of people infertile anyway?
Disappearing 15% of the country, or are we talking about some people not having kids?
Not having kids that otherwise would be born, that are not going to be born.
No, okay, you say other...
Both of these people are retarded. Yes, completely true. This is fucking embarrassing. TikTok debate needs to stop being a thing. It's just always the dumbest shit ever. Dean Withers sucks. Fucking, whatever his fucking stupid friend is called, also sucks. Javan Bradley absolutely fucking sucks. This person fucking sucks. And is lucky that the person calling in is as dumb as he is, quite frankly. And even then, is apparently so fucking clueless as how dumb he is, that they insist on still, like, taking his arguments to extremes and acting like an asshole. When all you gotta do is just calmly bat away the shit he's saying, because the shit he's saying is fucking dumb.
Otherwise would be born, which means no. Hang on, Brian. I need to tackle that. You say otherwise would be born.
All I'll say is, Demon Mama left YouTube quite a while ago. We didn't need another one. No one asked for another one. Demon Mama sucked. Demon Mama's a fucking weird grooming fucking weirdo. We didn't need another one. Hopefully this person at least isn't a groomer, but fuck me, dude.
Born, which means that there's an alternative reality you're proposing where those kids are born. What does that look like?
Well, it looks like a choice that people make to do certain things and to live a certain way.
Both of these people vote, that's fair enough, but there's really only 2 options in the US, and they're each voting for different parties, presumably, so it kind of cancels out, at least.
Okay.
No, be specific. I don't want a certain way. I want you to be specific. What is your plan here?
You choose to dress up the way that you dress. You choose to...
What does any of that have to do with having children?
Well, it's
You got to stay on topic,
less
Brian.
likely statistically. No, we're on the same topic. And that topic is that you are less likely to have kids if you chop off your penis. And I'm sorry to break it to you.
Jesus Christ, dude.
I hate to break it to you.
That is not the question. What is your solution to make people have more kids?
I think don't do that. Don't chop your penis off.
So your plan is to not let
I'll say one thing. If I kept my penis, I still wouldn't have had kids for a multitude of reasons.
people access gender-affirming care to what? Go after less than 1% of the population, and you think that's going to increase the ability of the population to reproduce by 15%. Are you nuts?
Not really what you said. Once again, just take the arguments as they come. Stop taking everything to its extreme. Well, he said one thing, therefore that completely fills the gap in what he sees as like a shortfall in people having kids. He probably doesn't think that no more vaginoplasties is going to fill that gap. Like, that should be fairly obvious, but apparently not.
Yeah, we don't want you chopping your body parts off. I think we love you too much.
Buddy, the fact that you are describing it that way tells me that you are not educated enough to even have this conversation, because you don't know what you're talking about. And you are clearly trying to pivot away from the fact that you are saying that there is some kind of program or prescription that you would give to society that involves making people have more kids, and and your solution to that is to get people to stop being LGBT. That is a dumb idea, and it tells me that you don't understand why people would be not having kids in the first place.
That's a choice.
No, it isn't. Buddy, being LGBT is not a choice. You're just arguing against empirical, objective fact.
There's an element of choice to some specific thing. Saying being LGBT, you're lumping in a lot of things that kind of work very differently.
No, I think there's a certain percentage where, I think in humanity, I think...
When did you choose to be straight?
I think 9 billion people...
When did you choose to be straight?
I think, right, across the world.
When did you choose to be straight?
When did you choose to transition? Because you did choose to transition.
Brian.
No, I was...
When?
I actually think I can bite the bullet and say, actually, you do choose to be trans. You don't really choose to have gender dysphoria, which would influence whether you transition or not. Straight people are having kids as well. So yeah, his argument is dumb. Like, the fact that this person is like overcompensating and trying so fucking hard and doing the Javan Bradley fucking debate pedo shit is just completely unnecessary. Against someone like this is like really not the way that you do it, because he's fucking retarded. You don't need to talk to a retard this way. You can just respond to what they're saying and not take all their arguments to like extremes and stuff.
I was born that way.
Oh, you were born that way. You were born straight.
Right, so
but everybody else chooses to be gay. Dang. Thank goodness.
Everyone else was born that way too.
Oh my gosh.
Everyone else was born that way too. You were born that way. And then something happened.
What happened? I want to know.
I think there's people who have done research on this type of thing, and I have no idea.
This person looking in the camera is making me uncomfortable. Actually. What's makeup doing? They either fucked their eyeliner up or they forgot to wear mascara. Why would you wear black eyeliner and not mascara? It's not a good look, to be honest. We can get closer. I'm so sorry for this. Like, why wouldn't you wear like mascara? And what is this fucking eyeshadow and eyeliner combo? It looks very strange. And the eyebrows need work. Like, the eyebrows are fine. They just need like shaping properly. You just need to like define this shape a bit more, because the shape is actually good, to be fair. Like, naturally, they have decent eyebrows. And they're perfectly okay looking. They have a decent hairline. I'm slightly jealous. I have a bigger forehead, for sure. But yeah. somehow simultaneously trying too hard on the makeup, but also not trying hard enough. Wear mascara. Black eyeliner, wear mascara. Everything fits. There's no like gap. There's no like weird bit where it kind of, there's just the skin tone right above your eyelashes. It just looks better that way. That's my tip to you. You're actually not that bad looking.
I have no idea, but
So you have nothing.
Like, if this person wasn't the most irritating, fucking, overcompensating loser I've seen in time, maybe I'd find them a little attractive,
You are basing this all on feelings and vibes.
Well, I have family members who are gay, and I have been around families who raise children.
They do also have a bit of a tranny squawk going on. You're going to have to fix that one too.
And I think in one vein of my family, there's certain, like, for example, there's a 3-year-old who my cousin is convinced is the opposite gender. It's not a 3-year-old child.
Yeah, I recommend that you stay away from that child because you are spreading ideas that are actively harmful to these children, to LGBT.
Wow. It's totally cool to do this to other people when it clearly is not cool to do to trans people. Wow.
people
I believe
overall.
Yeah, I bet this guy is having like intricate discussions with this 3-year-old relative of his about this shit. Like, what are we saying?
Yes, you believe. You believe based on vibes and nothing. Vibes and nothing.
It's not a community.
Vibes and nothing. You're just asserting things.
I'm not actually affirming this person. I'm just saying what I see. You're not the worst looking person in the world. I'm not going to say you're the worst looking person in the world, you know.
Talk about this all day, but you just can't handle it. That's the problem.
You have brought no evidence. You have brought just wild claims.
What kind of evidence would you like? I'd be happy to share some.
I would like some kind of empirical proof that people choose to be gay and trans.
Well, I think it's just that.
I mean, I chose to be trans. I didn't choose how I felt. I actually think that you do choose to be trans, because being trans isn't innate. It's more of a lifestyle thing to me than anything. I don't think it's bad to say. I don't think trans is less fucking valid or whatever we're saying. I don't think that's a thing just because it's a choice. But being trans means like socially transitioning and like, you know, living as a woman or as a man as much as you can. You know, as much as biology and technology and all that shit permits you to, you know. So yeah, you do choose to be trans. I think if we're saying that gay means you're attracted to men and not women as a man, then yeah, you probably don't choose that. I think maybe there's a certain amount to which your environment can influence your sexuality. Maybe you might live somewhere and be around people that, you know, you're influenced a way you wouldn't otherwise have been. I think I've experienced a bit of that, to be honest. I've tried out being gay, and I think it felt real for a while, but it wasn't for me ultimately. And bear in mind, this is like pre-transition, you know. So I think there's a certain amount of like effect that your environment can have on you, like your social environment especially. But I really do think that you choose to be trans, and it's not a problem. It's fine. It's fine that I chose to be trans. It's like you choose to be lots of things. And in general, that's not a bad thing. Like, if you choose to be a child molester, then yeah, that's fucking bad, obviously. Like, what job you choose and shit like that doesn't make it less valid. Choosing to be a trans person and not a cis person who has gender dysphoria but doesn't act on it, that's not a bad thing. That's not a problem in any way. And people treating it like it is, that's wrong to do. Because, like, why do you care, you know? Why does it matter? Why would it matter that I chose to be trans? If I chose to be trans rather than I'm innately trans, what difference does it make? I'm still me regardless, you know? But yeah, I don't know. I agree. You probably don't choose to be gay. You probably could choose to be gay in that, you know, you fuck guys as a guy. But it doesn't really matter. And I think you do choose to be trans. You just didn't choose to have gender dysphoria, and that's why you're trans. So it feels like you don't choose to be trans, you know? Not all choices are therefore unnatural or bad. Yeah, exactly. Like, someone chooses to be trans. What does it fucking matter? Like, they chose to be trans. Okay, wow. They're not hurting anyone by doing that. Well, yeah, you could choose not to be trans. But if you identify a certain way and don't actually do anything to be perceived as the other sex, then to me you're not trans. Like I don't base trans solely on identity. And you choose your identity. It's something you have to be able to think about. It's something you have to be able to, you know, you have to be able to put a certain word to your feelings. You know, it's like a kind of societal thing more than a innate thing. You just feel a certain way. And we have words for that kind of thing these days, and you apply one to yourself. That kind of is a choice. And again, that's not an issue. There isn't really a gender identity in the way that we talk about it, I don't think. There isn't an innate component, I think, to being trans. I think there are things that probably predispose people to things like gender dysphoria. But trans is like a social construct to me. Would it be fair to say you don't choose who you're attracted to? I guess so.
You didn't choose to be straight. You already said that you didn't choose to be...
Well, yeah, being gay, you can choose your sexual behavior. But if we're basing it on who you're attracted to, you're still attracted to people you choose not to fuck. You know what I mean? I can find someone attractive, but not have sex with them because I'm in a relationship, so I don't want to cheat on my partner. I just think someone is attractive. You know, that's something I feel regardless. So if you're basing gay on I'm attracted to men as a man, then you probably don't choose that, no. Like maybe there are people that feel like they have some control over what they're attracted to. I don't fucking know. In general, I wouldn't regard it as that.
Straight. So...
Right. Well, because you're born into it. When you're a man with reproductive capabilities, that's something that it's built into you the way that the hair on your face is built into you. You know, the hair on your face is designed to trap air so that when cold wind blows, you've got a little bit of insulation on your face. And the men who had that on their face over millennia thicker tended to live longer than the guys who didn't, and were able to reproduce a little bit more. So it's so baked into your genetics over such a long period of time.
Oh my God, it's Evo Psych.
In one generation, the kind of I don't know, it's like very cavalier to think that you know better than the body that you were built in. Yeah, it's a very, you know.
Buddy, that is a nonsense statement. It tells me that you don't understand what being trans is, and you still aren't providing me evidence that people are trans or choose to be trans and gay. Like, you're just not providing any kind of
I don't think medical transition is actually necessary to be trans. You can still socially transition. There are reasons why people might not be able to access treatment at that time. Like if you're poor and British, then you're probably on an NHS waiting list and will be for a long time because most people, unlike me, didn't get in early and are waiting for fucking ages. They can't really access treatment. But they still, you know, they dress up, they change their name, they do what they can in that time to be regarded as a woman. Like, to me, that's still trans, of course, yeah. Is that true about beards? Maybe, I don't know.
Empirical evidence for that.
Well, it's because you're interrupting me. I think the first part is that
you went off on this whole thing about, people with beards were able to reproduce more. Okay, and that has to do with being gay. How? Like, you already admitted that sexuality for you is not a choice. But here's the thing. You said that you didn't choose to be straight, but somehow people are becoming gay later on, and you have given absolutely nothing. So what is it that would make someone gay?
I think reinforced behaviors and a certain exposure to ways of speaking.
Okay, so people who grow up in houses. Okay, so people who grow up in homes where they are told that being gay is demonic, or just not informed about being gay, who live with very homophobic parents, or in places where it's just kind of assumed that everyone is straight, where they never hear about gay people. People live in environments like that and just are gay anyway. So what's your explanation for that?
Well, I mean, do they have a cell phone?
Jesus Christ, dude.
Do they go to school?
No! This was happening before cell phones. This was happening before cell phones, my guy.
But no, we're talking
in tiny little...
What was that?
Before cell phones, my guy.
Yeah, I always wonder if this person's getting trolled now at this point. Maybe this guy is just like taking the piss. Just say lots of dumb things in a calm and like measured manner and get this person to spurg out. I don't know. I don't know. Either way, it just isn't how you deal with these people. I'm sorry, Matt. You're trying so much fucking harder than you need to in this instance.
We're talking
In tiny little southern towns before cell phones, when all that you had was your newspaper and your church, people were still gay.
Lots of trans folks. Lots of gay folks.
People were still gay and trans. They couldn't come out as much, which I will refer you back to the left-handedness graph.
That's an interesting idea. And
No.
I'll say one thing though, fellow squeaky chair haver. We like a squeaky chair.
It's just
that
the way
plays
that
out
it
over
is.
60 years. Well, that plays out over 60 years. So the reason I say I reserve judgment
Buddy,
in some kind of
you
sense
say that, okay,
is
60 years is too long
whole
to
trans
wait.
thing-
No.
There is no way of calling people buddy in arguments and not sound like a douche, sorry.
No. Hold on. Brian. You are saying that 60 years is too long. We can't wait for 60 years for gay and trans people to level off in rates of coming out to the level that they actually are within.
I don't know. Seeing as this person doesn't just want to fucking steel man what he's saying and show why it's fucking dumb. Maybe what he's saying is like, well, we have a higher rate of like LGBT people now. And we don't really know what the effects of that rate existing for a long time are. And to him, he thinks that that'll have an effect on birth rate. Which really, I don't know. You'd go into why it is that birth rates are lower than they've ever been. I just think there are a huge amount more factors to consider than homosexuality. Because gay people can have kids and trans people can have kids. Maybe it has a tiny effect on it. Maybe there are people that would have had kids if they were born like 100 fucking years ago. But now they're tuning out or whatever. But that seems like a very small amount of the problem. So his argument is preposterous. You can steel man it and then fucking take it down,
in the population. But we need to immediately, right now, start making changes, or else the next generation won't be born because nobody will have kids anymore because all of the people will be gay and trans.
Not what he said.
Dude,
you're trying too hard.
You are trying to make conclusions about something that would take a lot longer than 60 years to play out.
Now you're sounding mad as well. That's not helping. It's not helping when you sound mad, trust me.
Maybe. Well, and again, we don't know. I think that there are sometimes a few
Brian, you don't know? You don't know, and you are making conclusions based on vibes. You are making conclusions based on vibes and feelings. It's nothing. It's nothing.
No, he's making conclusions based on something that has some kind of logical through line. It's just that when you think about it for any amount of time and actually consider why people tend to not be having kids, he's talking out of his arse. The problem is we haven't really done any of this, and now we're getting mad, which is not helping.
Brian?
Dude, what's squeaky chair noises and eating food noises are completely different. I can't tell you how they're different. I can't tell you why one noise winds me up and another noise doesn't wind me up. All I know is that one does and one doesn't, okay?
Well, it's basic logic.
No, Brian, it is you sitting alone in your room trying to think through stuff
he's right. It is basic logic. It's just that it doesn't really map onto reality.
You don't know anything about. Guess what? Your intuition is not always correct. There are lots of counterintuitive things in the world. You need to not be that arrogant and start basing your beliefs on things that are actually demonstrable in the real world.
This is actually fucking cringeworthy.
Oh, I think what's demonstrable is that you're a male.
Buddy, I don't care.
Okay, based.
You should care. It's you.
No, do you have to care that you're a male or a female? Does it actually have to matter to you that much? I don't think it does.
Buddy, you don't
care.
If you tried to define male, you wouldn't be able to. Okay? So if you want to have that conversation about whether or not trans identities are valid, that's going to be a whole other conversation. But the
Two completely different things, but okay.
fact is, you've made this massive claim that letting LGBT people exist is going to cause people to, like, not have enough kids, and you still refuse to say what your actual plan for that is. My guess is that it would be some kind of eugenics, or just forcing people to be straight.
No, I have mentioned it. It's a very short prescription, and
You used to work with a guy that chewed with his mouth open. That kind of shit, like, fucking kills me, dude. I used to work in an office. I worked in an office for like almost 5 years. And you just get people that will like stuff their face all day at their desks, not doing anywhere near enough work. And then usually people like me fucking picked up the slack, which was annoying in itself. I like talk really loud with like their mouth full and stuff, like across the room. It actually like drove me. I ended up like towards the end of that job, because like my kind of issues with noises and shit just got worse and worse and worse, because that's just how it's gone, unfortunately. I was like sat there just playing music in like headphones all day, every day. Like it's fucking, oh, Jesus Christ. Drove me insane. I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't work in an office again. I just wouldn't cope. Like I can do the job just fine. It's the atmosphere and the environment that's the problem, you know. But like people are fucking animals, I guess. I don't know.
you didn't like it, but it's that don't do that. That's the prescription.
Yeah, your plan is to just have people not be gay and trans. That's not gonna work, buddy. That just does not work. All you do is just make people fucking miserable. And then
They're already miserable.
No,
how are you doing now?
Because people have better health.
You don't like squeak. My chair is like squeaky as fuck. I don't know how you watch me, but I pretend I didn't say that. Don't listen for it now. Okay.
You know,
people aren't happy 100% of the time now, but nobody is. Okay, people have better mental health outcomes when they are allowed to be themselves and be out.
Well, how come it's true that suicide rates among trans folks is the same as the suicide rates of the prisoners in Nazi Germany? If there isn't some kind of, because obviously
Suicide rate for prisoners of Nazi Germany. "30 times greater than the general population." Listen, I'm going by AI overview on fucking Google. So maybe I'm talking out my ass with this, but AI overview suggests that trans people are twice as likely to die by suicide, and that prisoners in Nazi Germany were like over 30 times more likely. There's a pretty, like, where are we getting that shit from? And there's lots of factors. I'm sure this person is just going to say like societal shit. It's not just that. Trans people have higher like comorbids in general, like before and during treatment. I think sometimes maybe the treatment might make it worse. Sometimes it brings clarity and you understand better what your issues are and can separate them better once you start unpicking one thing, if that makes sense. It's kind of a mixture of things though. Sometimes I think trans people might, end up that way because they tried transitioning and it didn't work. You see how some trans people end up, and the results just aren't great. When you start out, you probably think it's going to be far more effective than what it actually is. I think that's a factor. I think the societal factor is something too. The other thing is, though, we're so, like, we scaremonger amongst ourselves so much. That I think the societal shit, I think the societal shit seems worse and has more of an effect than it has to. Because we're not reassuring each other, We're scaremongering. We're telling each other how desperately fucking terrible everything is. When actually things just aren't really that bad. But honestly, I think that like the kind of comorbid stuff, the higher chance of you having other mental health issues is a big thing that we don't tend to mention. But these people usually say, oh, it's because society is mean to us. You can't just say it's because society is mean to us. That isn't true. There's a factor there, but it's not true on its own.
We're not treating you trans folks worse than...
Yeah, money is a factor for like lower birth rates. It's not the only factor. Like, I don't know what it's like in the US. I'm pretty sure in the UK, mostly it's like the super rich and the super poor that are having all the kids. So there's an awful lot of like people, like upper middle class people who can actually afford it, but are still not choosing to. I know people like that. I know plenty of people who have lots of money, but they're choosing not to have kids. They don't want to. So I think it's a factor, but I think there's a lot more to it. Honestly, I think people my age kind of grew up a lot slower. Are a lot less good with like responsibility, maybe. I tend to see that in a lot of people I know, but then maybe I'm just like that and I tend to come across other people similar to me. I'm not sure. I think there's a lot of factors to consider.
The Germans treated the Jews, so there's a component of this that is genuine.
AI summaries. Yeah, I know what you mean, but the idea that prisoners in Nazi Germany had the same suicide rate as trans people just sounds utterly bizarre to me.
Mentally health related.
But they didn't study that in the same way. We really just don't have a comparable sample.
Yeah, that's probably true.
For one thing. And for another thing, it would just show that the way that y'all are treating trans people is, like, pretty frickin' horrible.
There it is. There it is. It's really not that simple. I can see why people push this. Because it's an easy solution, it's be nice to trans people, but ultimately people are mean to each other all the time. You just get on with it. If your trans people are a bit more likely to be mean to you, you still just fucking get on with it. Because yeah, people are mean to me, but it doesn't actually fucking matter that much, because I get to be something approaching more what I want to be, you know? But yeah, they always harp on this point. No one mentions. A lot of us are just mentally ill as fuck. Mentally ill people are more likely to kill themselves. That just is how it is. Some people are not going to get the effects they want. They're going to have completely changed their bodies. They might change their minds. And rather than detransition and face that kind of embarrassment of having been wrong about a big thing that you might have been very like sure about at the time, you just end it. Yeah, I think minority stress only factors into it so much. I think we push that as if it's the main cause, but I don't think that's necessarily true. There's a lot of trans people that I think have perfectly good lives. And that doesn't really extend to be honest.
Right, it doesn't really matter. What we're talking about are the ways to improve people's mental health. And the fact is that gender-affirming care reduces suicidality.
So we're not rounding you guys up and throwing you in ovens and killing you by the million, okay? So the fact is, there is a mental health.
Oh, but some of y'all would definitely like to.
Well, but no, my point is that it's not happening. So the difference is that the suicidality is not.
I'm sorry, is this oppression Olympics? Like, who cares about this? Buddy, if you want fewer trans people to be committing suicide, then you would support gender-affirming care.
I don't think.
It doesn't seem to be doing as much by itself as we're pretending. There's more to it than this.
We should reinforce that ideology to begin with.
So you want more trans people to die? So you want more trans people to die?
No, I think well, the fact that there's trans people, then they have suicidality.
I'm straight up listening to two separate conversations. This fucking call-in is to someone else, and this person is being called in by someone else. I just happens to sync up. But what is going on? I feel like I'm having a fucking stroke. Is this debating? Is this debate in 2026? Like, what is going on? Oh, man.
I don't think they would be suicidal if they weren't chopping their body parts off.
Buddy, they were trans before anybody got any care.
Right.
What does it mean to be trans?
People are trans and then they seek care.
So what is trans?
That's the order of operations there.
How so?
So the trans
Define trans.
person who is denied care is going to have a higher rate of suicidality.
Is this even necessarily true? Haven't there been studies that have found the opposite? They're just arguing. Yeah, this is like the stupidest fucking shit. This person, I don't know, man. If I was gifted this kind of shit on a silver platter, like someone this dumb calling me in to argue this kind of stuff, I wouldn't be getting like this. I wouldn't be fucking like it's nuts. What are you doing? Why are you acting this way? It's just not necessary. I mean, I guess it should never be necessary. Yeah, the first study that comes up suggests that there's actually a higher level of suicide following gender affirmation surgery, which, to be clear, I don't think means that it's actually causing more people to do it. I think it's more likely to mean they had a lot of other shit going on that transitioning didn't fix, you know what I mean? Let me have a look. Yeah, individuals who underwent gender affirming surgery had a 12.12-fold higher suicide attempt risk than those that did not. So yeah, I wouldn't say that it's causing it, but I think it's not maybe helping as much as we're saying. I think it certainly seems to help some people. There might be some people that are less likely to attempt their own life because they've, experienced gender affirming care, and it's hard to know. I've never attempted it before, and I've never attempted it since. So I don't know whether I would have if I never got any gender affirming care, bearing in mind I have always experienced gender dysphoria. But I've also experienced a lot of other stuff. So yeah, like, to say that if you want less trans people to kill themselves, you should expand gender affirming care doesn't necessarily pan out. It's not that simple. I think the kind of comorbid thing is important. Really, the way is you treat gender dysphoria as its own thing. If a person has crippling gender dysphoria or wants to transition, you're in a free country or whatever, then fair enough. But don't make the mistake of thinking that it's going to solve an awful lot of other things. So, yeah, I don't know. What is cohort A and B? Adult patients, history of gender affirming surgery. No history of gender affirming surgery. The other thing is, are we comparing trans people to non-trans people? How many of these people are trans? Do we get a breakdown of the ones that are trans to compare to the ones that had the surgery? That's something I'd want to know on this. Like, I think a better way, I think what would be better would be we've got the people that went through gender affirming surgery or care or whatever, and then the people that desire it but have yet to go through it. I think comparing those two groups would be more useful. And what was C? Had a vasectomy or BTL. But yeah, did we not have like trans people? Like two groups of trans people, one with and one without? I'm not seeing anything to that effect. But yeah, I'm kind of meh. Larger size of this study, blah blah blah. Only adult data. Patients who have undergone gender affirming surgery in our control groups may refrain from disclosing their suicidal ideation and other psychiatric symptoms to their medical providers, potentially influenced by societal pressures or other factors such as perceived attitudes towards those with psychiatric complaints. That is always a thing. No, this study isn't like bad, but yeah. This is another one saying, over the longer term, medical pediatric transition, I guess, kids specifically, suicide-related outcomes. So this one said it decreased. No, the recent Finnish report was just about comorbid. So that recent Finnish report said that, you know, trans people were more likely to seek, you know, specialist psychiatric care for this, that, and the other when they were already in the process of medically transitioning, which could partly mean that, like, I don't know, I think a big part of that is you kind of understand the rest of your shit potentially. But also again means that like transitioning will help you with gender dysphoria. It won't necessarily help with other things. And that is important to understand. Like you do have to still treat your other shit. You can't be like, I'm depressed and anxious and gender dysphoric. If I transition, it'll just get rid of everything. No, you'll probably still feel depressed and anxious. There's more to it than that. So this one, I think, finds the other way around. And this was just searching studies. Just seeing if they kind of break it down very quickly. My guess is, yes, they're generally finding a reduction in suicidality. But there's kind of issues with this as well. Like honestly, it's a difficult claim to make. We've got to bear in mind this is going to be kind of gender critical-ish. Yeah, it's very complicated to talk about. It's not really, gender affirming care necessarily reduces suicidality. It probably can. It probably does in some people. I think we should be careful of saying, I'll just roll it out for more people and that'll solve things. It might actually not. And the data is very mixed on this, I feel. So studies in the UK. Questionnaires. Whenever it's questionnaires as well, they're as good as the answers are honest. And we're like heavily like politicized. So people might be more likely to respond a certain way, thinking that that's gonna influence the way things happen going forward, which is always a bad thing, to be honest. Oh, 27 people. Okay, wow. I'm not super interested in a study of 27 people, I gotta say. So this is over, well, 3,700. Summarize the results. Trans identified young people experience high levels of self-harm, suicidal thoughts, suicide attempts. Very high, albeit slightly lower. Levels are seen for non-trans young people. No definition of trans. Sure. And this one's kind of all over the place, it looks like. Trans men seem to be the highest, but then bisexual girls are like only very slightly behind. And I guess heterosexual boys are the least likely to. It's odd because I'm sure as they get older, it's men that are going to be more likely to end their own life. This is it's a very cheerful topic. I do prefer that we're not always talking about suicide and trans in the same sentence. I think that probably doesn't help. Just the amount of time we spend talking about suicide in conjunction with trans. You kind of create that link necessarily, right? Tavistock's GIDS states on the evidence page, amongst children referred to the clinic, suicide is extremely rare. I mean, yeah, there was an inquiry into this because fucking Joe Morm and that lot were going around saying, "Oh, Tavistock 16," and it's like, yeah, it wasn't really quite that bad. Yeah, the evidence we have is mixed. Everything I'm seeing suggests the answer is maybe. So I think this person is going a bit far with some of this, to be honest. I don't think this really makes as much sense as again, there's kind of a logic in that I will say that what the guy was saying earlier was logical in a way, even if it's completely batshit crazy, stupid. When it comes to, oh, give out less vaginoplasties and the birth rate will go up. Probably not really. It makes sense if you it makes some kind of logical sense. That doesn't mean that it makes actual sense, you know? In the same vein, I think it makes logical sense what this person is saying, that expanding gender affirming care would help lower suicide rates, but it doesn't look like it pans out super well in the data. It doesn't look like this would make it worse necessarily, but also not make it better necessarily. And there's a lot of reasons as to why.
Right.
People are trans and then they seek care. That's the order of operations there. So the trans person who is denied care is going to have a higher rate of suicidality.
So we don't really, I mean, suicidality as well. Suicidality is not the same as suicide. That means you have suicidal feelings. I mean, I don't know, like suicidality versus suicide. Let's see if there's anything. Like how many people that are suicidal actually attempt? Okay. This would suggest, yeah, a World Health, fuck me, dude. A World Health Organization study found approximately 2/3 of individuals with suicidal ideation never made a suicide attempt. Population-based study found that only 7% of individuals with suicidal ideation attempted suicide during the subsequent 2 years. So yeah, they're very different things. I think one of the times that Alec Gunter talked to someone and ended up like rage quitting was over this distinction that he wasn't quite getting. I mean, I think probably an awful lot of people have been suicidal at least once in their life, I would imagine. But that's not the same as suicide. That doesn't mean you're attempting. It means you feel a certain way. Like you have thoughts or whatever. Oh, someone's going insane. Someone's going insane in the comments of my video about getting censored by Rytoy. There's like 3 so far. Fucking hell, bro. Could King Critical even pretend to be pro-trans? Maybe I should watch that. I still think I should do a video where I respond to his 10 reasons trans isn't valid. I can do it as a I argued against this video without reading any Judith Butler or some shit. Apparently Lucy Connolly was railroaded into a dodgy plea deal. Like, what? What? This person's like, Jesus Christ. right now, this is absolute fucking bollocks. You say they frame the far left as violent when the fact is they are violent. I've seen it on numerous occasions on different videos. Fucking hell, bro. English Ned was nearly stabbed by the far left. These people are... There's just nothing you can say. There's nothing you can say to these fucking gammon pricks. You're all fucking stupid. You're all stupid. Guess which of the two groups I'm about to describe is responsible for more terrorism in the UK. The far left or the far right? Hint, it's the far right. I'm not even a far leftist. I would never fucking vote for the Green Party as it currently stands. Anyway.
That's just the way that it is.
No, it's not the way that it is.
It's like what's the word I'm looking for? It's like a rant.
And even if that is the way that it is, you're just describing feeling a certain way.
Like a ransom. Like, hey, pay this ransom, or I'm gonna, kill myself. It's like, there's other ways to deal with your problems. And
well, that'll solve it. We've solved mental health. We've solved it.
No.
Buddy, let me tell you something. If your logic is this person is getting a ransom out of me by asking for health care, you are just a psycho. You are just a psycho, and you are valuing your comfort over their actual life.
I actually think if I keep watching this much longer, I'm going to die of cringe. Like, what is happening? What is fucking happening, man? This is TRA versus anti-trans. This is like the perfect fucking... This is the perfect illustration of how much I hate both sides at this point. How much I hate fucking anti-trans dipshits that compare trans to fucking anorexia and think that trans people are lowering the birth rate. And then, whatever the fuck this is, the complete fucking over fucking compensation, the fucking Javan Bradley-isms. Like, it's not necessary, man. Just tell him you, just put him right. Just put him right. He's fucking dumb. This is like guaranteed victory, and you're somehow snatching defeat from the jaws of victory by acting like a fucking asshole instead of just putting him right. And then maybe after 10 or 20 minutes, if he's still being a retard, like, okay, well, maybe call in another time. Glad I could help, whatever shit, I don't know.
I don't see it that way. I think if they didn't think that way, if this wasn't even a part of our society,
Buddy, people are trans whether you like it or not. They have been trans forever. As long as there have been humans, there have been trans people.
I mean, trans is like a modern concept.
And what your solution would do is cause them to die more.
So now we are literally just talking bollocks. When we said before about suicidality, maybe, but we're not saying very much when we talk about suicidality because it's presumably a very common thing to feel suicidal at least once in your life. Meanwhile, we're now talking about actual suicide. And as to whether providing gender-affirming care lowers suicide is... It's like... the kind of data out there is a mixture of things. Like, some would indicate that yes, it does reduce suicide attempts. Some would indicate no, it kind of doesn't, or you actually see more during transition, which may or may not be because of it or something else. But it means that if it's happening at a larger rate and it's not because of the treatment, it at least means the treatment is probably not helping in at least some cases. So this is kind of preposterous. I think this person should actually learn some of this shit. You got to find all kinds of sources. You got to look at both sides of the aisle and look at all this shit objectively. I would hope that when I showed this one that seems to think that suicide gets worse, I'm looking at it quite objectively and seeing the problems with it and not just jumping to the same conclusion that the study is kind of suggesting based on what they found. And then when it's one that's kind of more positive the other way, it goes the same way, But like to actually talk about this shit honestly, that's what you've got to do. And I think people just kind of, they find shit that affirms what they're saying. And then when they see things that don't, they're always looking for the problems with it. Well, I can write this off because of this. Well, you could probably have written off most of the shit that you're citing for various reasons, you know? Yeah, this is fucking painful if it isn't clear. You are trans. You should know this shit, you know? Don't know hair for a hairline. You know what? This hairline is fine. This person has a decent hairline. I actually wish mine was a bit more filled in around here.
Yeah, you're not like there's nothing special in your DNA that makes you trans. You know, you're not like
Nobody said that being trans is a genetic thing in this entire discussion. I'm telling you that.
You've kind of suggested it's innate, though.
Well, that it is innate.
There you go. Well, how is it innate? So in what sense is it innate?
That you cannot change that away, as evidenced by all of the data that we have and supported by the medical.
What data shows that trans is innate? What are we saying?
And scientific consensus. Like every single major medical organization.
Oh fuck me, dude! I actually can't. I actually can't. This is a waste of my time. Fucking hell, man. Fucking hell, man. I know what I'm trying to say. What am I trying to say? What am I trying to say? That'll do. That'll do. Like, yeah, when I see something like this, you don't need to showboat. You don't need to call him buddy every 2 seconds. You don't need to do the condescending Javanism. Because the less people act like Javan Bradley in general, the better, quite frankly. You don't really need to do any of that kind of performative shit. All you really need to do, you can steel man the fuck out of his arguments and then very easily explain why they're still wrong. You can say, okay, sure, I can see the logic that there being more LGBT people means a lower birth rate because it's men fucking men, and that's not how you make a baby. But there's a whole lot of reasons why that wouldn't generally pan out. And it should be fairly easy to just kind of deal with that as it comes. But instead, this person is they're quite amped up for reasons that are beyond me. Because you're not really matching energy. This guy sounded relatively calm the whole time. It's all very unnecessary, and it makes it incredibly hard to watch. It makes it honestly very cringeworthy to listen to. And it kind of buys in, it kind of plays in. Excuse me, hang on one second. And it kind of plays into this like super annoying fucking stereotype that we can't have these conversations and these kind of disagreements about our own issues without soying the fuck out. And people give me so much shit, and that fucking Ico person gave me shit for this. For doing the whole like, oh, calm, you know, optics kind of shit. It's not about that. It's just about having a fucking conversation. It's just about being able to disagree with someone in a civilized and actually listenable manner. Because getting angry doesn't really solve anything. You can say it's cynical to say, well, all you should really care about is being calm. I agree. It's not all about being calm. If you're being calm and saying wrong shit, then you're still wrong, functionally. But what is the point in acting like this, rather than just respond? You know what I mean? They're constantly having to stress out about it. No, they're not. How is this person constantly having to stress out about any of this? That doesn't make any sense to say. They don't have to stress about any of this. They don't have to get involved in any of these conversations. This person could turn the fucking internet off tomorrow, engage in shit that they enjoy, get some kind of job. They don't have to engage in any of this. So why not do it the right way? Why not make something kind of listenable? Why not actually just fucking like, if it's about educating people, if it's about putting your positions across, then do that. Like it's like unwatchable. And it really annoys me. People just think that I care about being calm and nothing else. It's not about that. You should be calm so you don't make a twat out of yourself. And so you don't jump down people's throats and seem like a complete prick even if you're correct. More than anything, I just think you do way better. You do way better by just chilling the fuck out and just answering things as they come. And, you know, I think steel manning people's positions is a good way of doing that. I think saying, okay, so this is what you're saying. This seems like the best faith interpretation of what you're saying. Well, you're wrong, and here's why. Okay, so trans and anorexia. So you're saying an anorexic person believes himself to be fat when they're skinny. A trans woman believes himself to be female when they're male. That's not really how I conceive it, but let's just word it that way. Why would it have the same outcome to affirm that trans woman as female as it does to affirm that extremely skinny person as fat? That's not how it works. If you're affirming that that person is fat and should go on a diet, then they're going to die pretty quickly because they're already malnourished and it's going to get even worse. There's not really a comparable thing that happens with like trans. And I guess maybe they did a bit better on that point because it was earlier on. The thing about birth rates. Yeah, okay, people aren't having sex the normal way as often. Some people are getting their dicks chopped off. How are we showing, though, that that is really a major driver behind the lower like birth rates? It just doesn't make much sense when you consider that people can have kids anyway. I think if we're constantly like taking someone's, oh, so you're saying this really like exaggerated version of what they're actually saying. That's not good debating. That's, you know, you're overcompensating for something at that point. They're approaching burnout. I don't know what you're saying. Do you know this person personally? Like, what are you saying? I don't think this person's burning out. I think that they've got the very wrong idea of how to conduct these kind of conversations on the internet. And I think they're making a twat out of themselves. You know what I mean? You're less likely to make a twat out of yourself if you act like a civilized human being when having these kind of conversations. And you're not playing into that really fucking annoying stereotype that none of us can talk about these issues without losing our fucking mind. I think I can talk about these issues without losing my mind. I'm not a particularly good debater, but I try, I guess. If they had their dicks, would they even use it to make a baby? Well, I sure as fuck wouldn't, but I'm kind of spoken for in that department. But yeah, I don't know. It just perpetuates. Once again, I watch a progressive person show why I have abandoned progressivism and why I do not think it is the right thing for trans people anymore. But I hope it makes sense what I'm fucking saying, dude. I hope it makes fucking sense. It's just annoying to listen to. It's just annoying. It's annoying that we're like skinwalking fucking Javan Bradley. Why does anyone need to do that? Why do we need more of those fucking people? Why do we need more of the fucking line? Why not do something else? Why not take a different approach that they aren't thinking of? Advocacy related. Wow. I don't know. I'm very black-pilled on most so-called trans advocacy, especially when it starts pertaining to like children and like sports and stuff like that. Yeah, this was fucking painful. Please consider doing things differently. You're not helping. You're not helping. Fuck man, what do we want to do? What do we want to do? I could watch that fucking Steve thing, I guess. Apparently talk to a cult member. Ooh, the speeches. I don't want to watch speeches. I hate speeches. Yeah, we'll see whatever this was and then we'll finish. I've got a little time left.
Hormones would be that of a woman. I'm one of those ones, you know what I mean? One of the in-between ones. That's targeting someone.
XY chromosomes don't just stay as XY chromosomes.
Yeah, but you're believing evolution.
If they compete year to the day.
Testify at their city council. Well, I mean, if their testifying is as bad as they're debating, then they probably are having a negative effect at any point in time. Why not cover the RIP of the Trough channel? Because what's the point? It's done now. It's done. All people have to do is go and watch all the fucking insane shit that went down last night. All people have to do is go and watch him fucking sawing out a fucking Dickers. And sawing out again on Aiden's fucking thing. And then all the archives of like the shit that he did afterward. You know? I don't need to say anything anymore. Fucking done. I ain't got nothing else to say.
Since I started doing this, and it was just in the wake of the Supreme Court ruling, and there is a protest down at the Emmeline Pankhurst.
Okay, so it's 1 year on. It's the year anniversary of him doing this debate fucking shit. Wow.
Statue in, I think it's St. Peter's Square. It's been a year since the Supreme Court ruling, and the government, the institutions, the organisations, a lot of them are still not complying. It is international. Oh, we've got a police van here. Watch your back, guys.
Wait, sorry, what did he say? Sorry, my window got messed up. Fuck's sake. They should just have one size of YouTube video. Why do we need any more than one? It just fucks my shit up.
In Pankhurst. Statue in, I think it's St. Peter's Square. It's been a year since the Supreme Court ruling, and the government, the institutions, the organisations, a lot of them are still...
Oh, thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you so much.
...still not complying. It is international.
Yeah, businesses aren't complying with the Equality Act. Well, they've been given no guidance. And what would it mean to comply with the Equality Act?
Why am I dancing with that trans person?
The Equality Act thing just meant woman means female. Complying to that is still kind of a broad thing that can apply to a variety of things. He seems to think that not banning trans women from women's toilets is like not complying, I guess.
Oh, we've got a police van here. Watch your back, guys. So we're going to go down to that, and there's going to be a counter protest, I think. The trans rights activists are going to be out in force. I don't think this van's here for us. As well, this is, I think, 5 days. Is it 5 days since there was arrest of 4 YouTubers in Manchester? The police are cracking down on the YouTubers. So they did dawn raids on their houses, and I think that's a warning shot across the bows to YouTubers. I was actually talking about this with AB down in Birmingham. And I said, I'm sure the police are going to try and do something. They're going to introduce some kind of legislation to restrict YouTubers. Let's see how it goes. Oh, of course, he's off camera at the minute.
I stepped away for a sec.
I was actually talking about this with AB down in Birmingham. And I said, I'm sure the police are going to try and do something. They're going to introduce some kind of legislation to restrict YouTubers. Let's see.
Yeah, it's almost like the YouTubers' behavior is causing a fucking problem. It's almost like if you take the piss, that's what ends up happening. But okay, he's not going to blame his mates though, of course he is.
How it goes. Oh, of course, he's off camera at the minute. Alex is here. Alex is here. He's got his own sign up. Jardine drums. Alex is a drummer. Gives drumming lessons as well, don't you?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, cheers, bro.
Oh, how are you doing on this? All right, mate. Yeah. So what's happening over here?
They're renovating it, but it's going to take 2 years now, so I'm hoping it's
2 years like that.
Yeah, more money probably, you know.
Right. Okay.
Like town hall originally.
Right.
3-4 year job. Takes 8 years.
Right. Wow. Yeah. So right, we haven't got our usual flow of traffic. We'll see. I was trying to work out the best place to go, but I think this is probably it. Princess Street. Hello.
I know exactly what you're going on about, because you guys just look like absolute massive trans pride right now.
Right.
That's as soon as I saw you, I thought trans pride.
Trans pride? I've never heard of trans pride. I've heard of
do you know what pride is?
Yes.
And you know what trans is?
Yes.
Trans pride.
Right, okay.
Like being proud of being trans. Like you guys, I was like, oh yeah, guys, you're like proud to be trans right now.
Yeah, but obviously the wording's a little bit contrary to that, isn't it?
Well, yeah, obviously, but when you got a massive like trans flag on you, I'm like, oh yeah, let's go. You know what I mean?
It's actually to attract people like yourself to have conversations.
Yeah. I can see that. I was very intrigued. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it works then. It works, and also just because a lot of the members of the public don't know what this flag is, so I can explain it to them.
Oh yeah. So what is the flag to you?
Pardon?
What is this flag to you?
Well, do you know who actually designed the flag? Do you know who it was?
No, not sure.
It was a guy called Robert Hogg, who then he was in the United States Navy, and he used to like wearing women's underwear, and then came out and identified as being trans.
Captain K, man.
That's not very nice, is it?
Just trying to get some insight.
He was like to wear his mum's underwear, and he used to go to the laundry room on the ships and wear women's underwear, and called himself Monica Helms. So that's the origins of the flag.
Oh, no.
Anyway, yeah. What does it mean to you?
I mean, as a person who is trans.
Wait, he bought the book. Wow.
So that's the origins of the flag.
Oh, no.
Anyway, yeah. What does it mean to you?
I mean, as a person who is transgender, and I have been since I was about 11 years old, which is so.
Oh, right.
So
I don't see this person as trans. I'm sorry.
I've identified as transgender since I was 11 years old. I was like in mainstream school.
Not just about identifying, but okay.
Like, normal upbringing, all that shit, traditional Irish family, like no real outside influence, massively heavily matriarchal family, mind you. So, like all these things. So
10 years ago, this was alternative. There's nothing wrong with that. But I don't see what is trans here. Like, you're a female. I see woman. I'm sorry, man.
Really, when I saw it, I was like, that's interesting. I was like, I like to have, like calm conversations.
Yeah, non-binary and trans aren't the same thing.
Good. Good.
If I get emotional, I'll just walk off. Yeah. It's like that's my own prerogative.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I just found it very intriguing. I found it very intriguing considering as soon as I saw you, I was like, oh, that's totally like trans pride. Like.
Yeah. Right. So I believe that it's not about the people; it's about the ideology for me. Gender ideology, and I think gender ideology causes massive harms in society.
And what is gender ideology to you?
I was going to ask you. Well, it's this idea that your self-diagnosed gender is more important than biological sex within society, and everybody has to go.
Your self-diagnosed gender is more important than your sex in society. Under our umbrella. There's no fucking trans umbrella. I'm sick of this shit, man. Trans means nothing. Okay? Fuck the trans umbrella. People have different fucking experiences depending on what they do. If you're a male person trying to live as female or vice versa, and trying to be regarded as the other, that is a completely different experience to being non-binary. So they're not the same thing. The umbrella is neither here nor there. It's fucking meaningless. There is no need for like legal protections for like non-binary people, because it's just something you call yourself. So it's not definable.
Go along and believe that.
Right, so I have a question.
And everyone has to go along and believe. I mean, I don't know. It's hard for me to explain.
Well, it's this idea that your self-diagnosed gender is more important than biological sex.
I guess you need to like give actual examples of where this pans out in society. It does just sound really stupid the way he puts it.
Within society, and everybody has to go along and believe that.
Right, so I have a question then. As somebody who is, I assume, a man, you're both men, yeah? And who was...
Take a wild guess.
Well, you're both men, but you're not born men, you're not born man, you're born male. So your sex is male, not men, not man, not woman or anything, it's male. But your gender expression is masculine.
Right.
Because you would not like to be perceived as feminine, would you? I assume. Like, you wouldn't like to be perceived as a feminine individual through your aesthetics.
Well, I mean, I'm not that.
Exactly.
People can. That's up to the individual who's perceiving it, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So, but would you say that you're stereotypically both, you know, coming off as men? And I can see that for you both.
Yeah.
But you would agree that as a sex, like man and men as a generalization, masculinity does not associate with sex, because being male is a sex, being female is a sex.
No, it does associate with being a sex. Masculine refers to male. It still maps on. But like things that are masculine are not like biologically male, you know what I mean? Like men's clothes are not biologically male, they're associated with male. So like you can't completely decouple gender from sex. It just doesn't work that way. Yeah, I don't see this as mask presenting. This isn't mask presenting to me. It's different, it's unique, you know. They look fine, I guess. It's not really my thing, but you know, you do you. But I mean, I just see like an alternative woman. And if they identify as non-binary, fair enough. You know, you call yourself what you want. I tend to just say what I see. And to me, trans refers more to like going from one to the other.
Just as you can be a female, but you don't have to be a woman. You know, you would say that there's a lot of women that are quite unladylike. You don't have to be a female anymore.
Just say that again. You could be female, but you don't have to be a woman.
As in, you know how you perceive some people as being like unladylike or not effeminate, womanly.
So butch lesbians, for example.
Right. Yeah. So those kinds of people, although yes, they are female, they do not outwardly express femininity and the ideology.
Yeah, and they're still women, ultimately.
Is associated with gender ideology.
This is gender non-conforming? I don't know. If it's gender non-conforming, why am I seeing woman?
Associated with those things. So you are currently pushing your gender ideology, which is obviously completely fine because you're a man who wants to dress like a man and be perceived as a man.
Gender ideology. I'm not pushing my gender ideology. Gender ideology is this idea that gender matters more than biological sex. Yeah. Basically. Oh
goodness me, it's a bit of an inconvenience. That is a bit of a
I've cut the corners off because it's all right. It's all right. I'll leave it as it is. Cheers, mate. He did about three flips then. Right, are we done? Are we in?
He's gonna fucking choke himself one day. Jesus Christ. One day there's not gonna be anyone around.
Oh yeah, right, we're in. Yeah, so, I mean, what are your thoughts about, you know, how I've described gender ideology, and I've described that it's harmful?
Listen, in my opinion, everybody's entitled to their own opinions. In my opinion, what you're doing is, you know, I wouldn't say I agree with it, but at the same time, like, I'm not going to stop you because I don't have that power. I don't believe humans have a power over other humans to enforce decisions like that, because at the end of the day, as long as you're not hurting anybody, then that's the thing.
Do you know what? That's my philosophy. You've just repeated my philosophy.
100%.
That's amazing.
And,
thank you.
So I think there's a lot of
gender non-conforming presentation with the clothes and mannerisms. I completely disagree. I don't see gender non-conformity here. I see alternative, but alternative isn't the same as gender non-conforming. It's like non-conforming of like traditional appearance in general, you know.
vision, and that's why I do like to try and have these conversations, because as somebody who identifies as a, you know, transgender queer person, but I find that a lot of queer people are quite evasive to conversation, and that's very helpful.
You're a breath of fresh air.
Obviously, because
I will say in general, they seem sensible enough.
we're never going to get anywhere. We find that a lot of people agree on a lot of things. But for example, me and my friend yesterday, he's a gay man, and we were just chatting about how recently within American Parliament, the acronym for LGBT+ has got changed to something like women and indigenous children, lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, and a bunch of other things. When
it was in Canada, actually.
Yeah, Canada, yeah. So when obviously I think that those groups deserve absolute recognition, but do I think that it confuses the idea of what we've got going on already, and maybe adds to this idea of confusion and you know,
missing and murdered are the first two. Jeez, I don't fucking get it. You almost think that this kind of shit it's like continuing to add more and more shit to the pride flag. It's almost like it's meant to be a joke at a certain point, you know. Indigenous women, girls. Now race is part of it, I guess.
We can then lead to things like, it's interesting because we were saying like, we feel like people who are against that might come out now and be like, you know, have something to say about it, because in our opinion as well, it does give off this kind of, confused, you don't know what you're doing, like, why is it being so complicated, which is a very chilled out gay person, I guess. Yeah. I find it very stressful like that. But
right. Yeah, I mean, I don't just stand out on the streets. I also, you know, interview people. I've been over to the United States to the Detransitioners Conference, interviewing young people that were affected.
My voice is deeper than Steve. So are lots of people.
By his ideology, and to give people a voice, whether they agree with me or not.
Wait, they're actually using that in Canada. They're actually using that fucking acronym. Fucking hell, bro. That's insane.
You know, so I've interviewed people that identify as trans, like yourself. I've interviewed people that have come out of the other side of it. I've interviewed cross-dressing men. And I'd like to give you the opportunity for a long-form interview if you want. To give you...
I mean, I'd really have to get some more information on like what you got, like how you guys present your media and things like that. You know,
I will give you a card, and then you can have a look for yourself. And there's an email address on there. And if you'd like to contact me, you know, and you don't want that.
I definitely want your credit card.
You don't have to use any. Why is anyone using any of it? It looks fucking ridiculous. It's literally like the thing becoming the parody of itself. I'm not saying I don't have to use any of it. What does me having or not having to use it have to do with what I'm saying?
If I give you that, the email's on the bottom. If you scan the back, there's QR codes, right? And I will give you a voice to air your views, because I'm interested in getting to the bottom and to the root of it. You know.
This video contains self-harm. It's probably because someone mentioned suicide in that debate I was watching earlier, and we had to look at some, well, I chose to look at some studies about suicide and stuff. That's probably what it is.
I think it's harmful. If you think it's not harmful and it's done you good, I'm willing to give you a platform to actually say that without any editing. Without any editing.
I have to see the media and what you present and things like that, because I'm all down for having like conversations open. I think, I mean, I work for a homelessness charity as well. Right. Okay. So a lot of it was, I managed to breach that gap a few times by just having a calm conversation with somebody on the opposite end of something. Because at the end of the day, in my opinion, community is what you build for yourself, not for what is prescribed to you by the world. Like I shouldn't just have to, you know, go to, not like it, but I do obviously more publicly.
Probably being filmed by that case.
Is it headphones? Is that your headphones? Yeah. Oh yeah, don't worry, we've just had a very nice conversation.
Yeah, no, we've had a good conversation.
And that's where things like the assumptions start to become harmful. Now he walked away out of embarrassment because he's a
Dude, Steve does these assumptions all the time, and he's going to be like, it's bad to assume. And then he sees the nose ring and points it out on everyone else. He'll just see other people walk past and like point his camera at them because they're a bit gay looking. He's got his thing about clear frame glasses now, and he's gonna like go along with it. Oh, I hate him. He just changes up. He completely code switches depending on who he's talking to. Suddenly he's like, you know, expressing a bit more kind of wokeness and open-mindedness because of who he's talking to. If the next person that comes up to him is a rank fucking homophobe telling him he's right, like God made Adam and Steve, not Adam and Eve or whatever, other way around, you get what I'm saying. He'll just like go along with that too. It really fucking irritates me.
And that's where things like the assumptions start to become harmful. Now he's walked away out of embarrassment because he's assumed that I'm a part of something that I'm not.
Yeah, that's it. What you'll notice when you look at all the stuff that I do,
I mean, if she's gay, she might be a woman that fancies other women. I don't know. It wasn't made clear. It doesn't super matter.
There's always, when I put out... like,
honestly, generally, when people use all the identity terms and stuff like that, I just kind of tune it out. I'm really just listening to what they're saying. And in general, this person seems sensible. Like, you know, fair play, honestly.
I call this my campaigning, and I'll do a day's campaigning in different cities. The editing's minimal. The editing is just to cut out pauses.
Well, it's not that he goes after people that have clear frames. He'll just see someone with them and point them out and be like, oh, it's another person with the fucking clear frames that doesn't like me and stuff.
Or not to ever change context. You know, if I'm still...
God made Alex and Steve, true.
For ages, you know, nobody wants to just see me standing around, so I'll cut it down, you know.
Oh, the suicide warning is on my stream because I was, I watched a debate that someone was talking about stuff to do with like trans people and suicide. I looked some stuff up, so it's probably from that.
Well, I will never misrepresent anybody.
I mean, at the same time, I'm a person that I won't speak to be misrepresented anyway, so it doesn't really matter to me. But yeah, you know, it's good to know because yes, I will say I do think that what you're doing and the way that you're doing it is harmful only because it invites maybe people who are not as secure in their opinion and as eloquently spoken, and that can cause a bit more public dismay.
Yeah,
I don't agree with what you're doing, but
I think that's right in that people are going to see it that are not very well emotionally regulated, and we've seen that. But it's tough. I mean, he has the right to do this ultimately.
Obviously, you're doing it. I appreciate you having a nice conversation with me, and yeah, I hope that the conversation was, like you said, a bit more.
Yeah, if you want a long-form conversation, we can do that. You know, and you'll see I've interviewed loads of people. But the core of what I do is this. You know, on the streets, engaging public opinion. It's very rare that somebody like yourself comes along and will disagree, but do it calmly.
Yeah,
I think this is even that true. I think it's that rare. I think he likes to have this kind of amnesia around people that are actually sensible. And like, he'll have the conversation and be nice and shit, but then it's like it never happened. He just returns back to all his general positions anyway.
And it is refreshing. It's nice to see, and I can see there's a smile, there's a personality there. You know,
I'm fuming. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm absolutely fuming, but at the same time, like,
well, it's good. You show good control.
I mean, yeah, like it's angry.
Can I ask you why?
Because it's as somebody who has been identified as transgender since such a young age as well, and also is now 10 years after that. So I'm 22 now. So it's been way.
I call myself this, therefore I'm offended. I don't care.
Over 10 years and I'm very secure in my identity. It is obviously angry because it's almost as if I said, like, you know, if I came out here going like fuck all men or something like that, it's going to piss you off, isn't it? Because you would maybe think I'm not all men, or, or something
it wouldn't piss me off. People are allowed to have those opinions.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why I'm allowed to feel the way that I feel, but also express my opinion to you and show you that I am annoyed, but I don't have to be angry with you as a person.
Right, you might get me a little bit wrong. My philosophy, and I said philosophy. My philosophy is you can identify as whatever you want as long as it doesn't harm anybody, but it doesn't make you that. It's not, your identity is rooted in
well, if you don't believe in that, then you're not going to see them the way they see themselves, and that should be fine. You can't control other people's thoughts.
Feelings, okay? Whereas what you are is rooted in biological reality as how nature made you.
Well, it's part of who this person is. The fact that they're a female is an aspect of them as a person, but people have many aspects to them, right? I think to say you are your sex is a bit crazy, if that's what he's saying. And to some people, their sex is more important than to other people. Some people feel very strongly about their womanhood and where it comes from, and obviously got the history and stuff like that. To other women, they don't feel it so much. And again, that's okay. Different people will prioritize different things as what matters to them specifically. Because she's a les and he likes that. yeah, maybe. Thinks it's hot.
Okay, that can't be changed. No amount of drugs, no amount of surgery is going to change that.
Pray for me, no drugs anymore.
Yeah, no drugs anymore. There you go. Yeah, you know, no amount of drugs or surgery will change that.
Yeah, no drugs anymore. So he is kind of pushing for stuff that has been spoken for. Like, do we really see it changing?
You know, I think people have an inability to...
Isn't that a turf position? Isn't what a turf position? Way of tackling this dickhead for his anti-5G tinfoil hat. has to be pointed out constantly. Maybe. But then the kinds of people that he appeals to probably are all into that kind of thing. I think bringing up lots of stuff that he's said and done in general is a good thing, to be honest. And that is part of it, sure.
Accept themselves for who they are, so they're trying to chase something which they think might be the answer to all their problems.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, like I was definitely in that position for a while.
That you are your sex. Well, I doubt TERFs think that you are your sex. I just think they like your sex is like a foundational part of who you are, like biologically. As for whether it's a very important part of your identity, kind of really depends. It's just that if you're a TERF, you're a woman, you can't then be like male, man, that kind of thing. Like your sex and your gender inform each other or whatever. Or your sex informs your gender fully. It's not to say you are a woman and that is the sum total of your person. Because that's a very anti-feminist position. And TERFism is kind of rooted more in feminism. Because otherwise you're more likely to just be a conservative, you know, it's not the same thing. Yeah, ask him why he got sacked from the fire brigade. Why'd you give up your 80 grand pension, retard?
Where I thought maybe maybe the reason why I am expressing this way is because of that, and then I think some people do have that because that's the natural course of puberty and gender development, and questioning. Everybody questions at some point in their life just because it's natural to question throughout life because you're ever growing in your expansions of your mind, even if it's just I definitely am a straight person or I definitely am not. Like things just happen.
So is it just a social transition for you?
Just everything. Like I mean, it's my entire. Like I personally have not changed my body, but that's because I don't have. It's not like I'm like one or the other. I'm one of those ones, you know what I mean? One of the in-between ones. So.
You are?
Yeah.
So how do you then identify?
Yeah, we should stop using trans for people like this, in my opinion. Trans should really refer to one to the other. Just use non-binary. Just use any of the million fucking words we use that all mean the same. I just think that works better. I think trans should mean something more specific. And almost every time someone says trans, the other person is going to hear you're male but you live as female or vice versa.
I just don't care. So I don't identify in any
That's based.
particular way. I don't care for labels.
Rejecting like the gender binary, rejecting like gender in general is based, for sure.
Too much. I just don't care. I'm just a person. That's what I feel. Like.
So you've not changed anything.
That I like way more. There we go. Wow, we did it.
With drugs or surgeries, right? Okay.
No.
Why not?
I don't care if people view me as a woman because of that. Because I don't care enough. You know what I mean? And that's why I feel very empowered to have these kinds of conversations. Because I'm in a privileged position where I actually don't care.
You know what? I was cool with this person anyway, but I've warmed more to them.
Like so, I can't feel offended by being called a woman. I can't feel offended by being called a man. Or
this is literally my position. This is literally how I feel. I don't actually really care. I don't actually really give a fuck. I think that's the best way to be.
In between, I don't really give a shit, to be honest with you.
Right.
I'm just a person, and especially because I'm an autistic person, I think that's even more so. Like, I'm just a person. It doesn't matter as much to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you know what? That's interesting. Do you know what?
Did you know when you click live, you get a suicide warning? Yeah, I've been told a few times. Earlier on, I watched a debate that something came up about like, if you want to reduce suicides, then you'd expand gender affirming care. So I spent some time looking into some of that, and it probably is because of that.
What are the three main causes of transition are? Do you know what they are?
I imagine you're going to say autism is one of them.
That's one of them.
Yeah.
Autism's one of them.
It's not... To say it's a cause is a bit weird. It's a common comorbid. It's something that tends to align. To be honest, I think it makes... Sorry. I'm stuck to my nose. It's something that tends to align. I think it makes sense. Like, if you're autistic, then like unwritten rules in society probably tend to annoy you more often. You're more likely to not understand why you're a boy and you have to have like short hair and shit like that. Awkward moment when they're married. You go, hey, listen. If they are, then base. I wouldn't assume that's the case because I'm a rank transphobe apparently. So I don't know.
Trauma is another one, particularly childhood trauma. And the third...
Yeah, he's saying these things cause it when these things tend to coincide more often. To say they cause it is Like causation and correlation aren't the same thing. You'd wanna show why it's a cause and not a correlation.
Is fetish, male fetish. They're the three main ones.
Male fetish is very specific.
Pardon?
Male fetish is very specific.
Yeah, it's the males that are...
Yeah, he's... Do we not get, like, trans men that are, like, fujoshis and shit like that? Like, obsessed with, like, gay men and, like, gay sex and stuff?
That transition in inverted commas, in middle age normally, but increasingly that's getting young.
Left position is your sex is what you are, but not who you are. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I think it is part of who you are. I mean, obviously we're made up of whatever.
They're doing it for fetishistic, I can't say it properly, fetish reasons, often to predate in women's spaces as well.
See, yeah,
this is a bit retarded. Often to predate in women's spaces. Like, this happens. It happens sometimes. It happens occasionally. This is a bit of a dumb take, to be honest.
Often to predate fetishistic, I can't say it properly.
And it's like a pretty harsh read of like AGP, to be honest. Like, let's say we can say that like 50% of trans women fit like AGP really well. It's a bit harsh to say that therefore they have a fetish, therefore they're probably doing it to predate in women's spaces. Like, he really, like, I imagine he's going to start losing this person quite rapidly, because this is kind of retarded, honestly.
Fetish reasons, often to predate in women's spaces as well.
See, yeah, I need to go to work, but this is a very interesting conversation. I definitely,
maybe it was something we could catch up on.
I definitely don't agree with that point, but I feel like that requires a lot more expansion on what's going on, especially as a person who's been in a lot.
I mean, not really. You don't have to expound on it. How often do these things actually happen? What percentage of trans people do we think have ever assaulted someone or offended someone in a bathroom? The problem is, Steve has an additionally retarded argument, which is that it's inherently predatory for any male person to enter any female space, which just doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any fucking sense. Pretty sure that's one of the arguments that I included in my video. Because it's just a really dumb point. It doesn't make any sense to say that.
A lot of like
if you had to say it's inherently like inconsiderate for a male person to use a woman's space, then maybe. Inherently selfish, inherently inconsiderate, maybe. But predatory? Definitely not. Just doesn't make sense.
Gay spaces as well, and has like, especially as a person who actually goes into women's bathrooms and women's spaces, and you know, maybe even by some people might be considered as a bit of a creep because I'm not technically a woman in my eyes, but I am in the world of maybe someone like you or someone like them.
Yeah, this is a bit silly as well.
So,
yeah.
But,
I mean, you've mentioned sexuality a few times. You talked about gay. This isn't, my stance is nothing to do with your sexual preference.
Oh no, I'm just saying like the community of queer people, as like the people that would be involved in the LGBT plus.
Yeah.
So lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and whatever else you want to include in that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But that's just because as an umbrella term, and yes, although gender and sexuality are not inherently intertwined, I imagine you're a straight man.
I am.
Yeah,
yes.
I imagine if.
I think there's definitely like, I don't know, sexuality is kind of gendered in a way. It's kind of a toxic masculinity thing, but it's considered like less masculine to be gay. And part of that is you get kind of effeminate males that are gay. And you know, gay men are perhaps more likely to be effeminate or feminine or something.
You were speaking on your experiences as a straight man. You wouldn't say it because that's just the norm of the world, isn't it? Like,
I never said it's inherently inconsiderate to transition. I said you could make an argument that it is inherently inconsiderate as a male person to use female spaces. You could make that argument.
There's a lot of straight men, so you wouldn't feel the need to kind of.
It's not part of my identity.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So you don't...
Steve believes it's predatory. He goes much further than what I said you could make an argument for.
Really, but being a straight man is definitely a part of your identity, you know?
I don't make it that. There's much more to me than that.
Yourself as a person, that would be some of the elements. Yeah. And I agree, some people do make being gay their entire personality, or being one thing their entire personality, but isn't that annoying when anyone does it? For anything?
Yeah. For a lot of them, it's, that everything about them revolves around that.
Yeah, because it is important.
Yeah, you get guys like that. You get guys that think they have to act a certain way to fit in with other guys and make their manliness a massive part of their personality. This is just normal to everything.
You know what I mean? And maybe it's just being like that.
If you're a white person who obsesses over like heritage and like European, like, you know, races, sub-races, whatever, you probably make you being white a massive part of your personality. And there's probably a lot of people that find that annoying. It's not unique to gays and shit.
That's not for you, you know, that importance isn't for you, it's for someone else, and you know, representation for somebody else who might not have known they needed it, even if you don't agree with that. I mean, it's just one of those things, isn't it? Anyway, You've got to go. Well, I mean, check out what I do, seriously, and if you feel like you want to speak to me, just drop me a line on that email address. You don't have to tell me your name, just say I'm the person that you met in Piccadilly Gardens. You can check out my nose ring theory as well. Your nose ring theory, okay, very interesting. I've had all these patients since I was about 12 years old, so that'd be an interesting theory. I've got a couple of theories, but yeah, you can check that out. It was, honestly, I mean this genuinely, it's been a pleasure to chat to you, even though I know that you're fuming inside. I mean, life goes on, people make you angry, we all have different opinions, don't we? It's nice to see somebody that control them. Express their hate in unprecedented ways upon people. I mean, a lot of people have physically attacked me doing this. Yeah, I mean, I don't...
Some people, not a lot of people. To say a lot of people, like...
I don't agree with physical violence towards others ever, so, you know, it's one of those. We all have our... Even people in the green communities, I wouldn't agree with somebody going over and attacking people, but... You know. Anyway, mate. Yeah, thank you. Have a good rest of your day. Take care.
Appreciate the conversation. No problem.
He wasn't part of the conversation. Okay, whatever. Yeah, they seem cool. Good on them. It's good to be open-minded. It's not an easy thing to do, I don't think.
Yeah, absolutely. How you doing, mate? All right, nice to see you. Hello, all right, Kirk. Hello, Elton.
I know, let's listen to Make Albion Great Again, stuffing his face.
How you doing, Angie? Are you all right? Thank you. How are you? I'm good. Are you here for the event today down there?
No, actually, I'm just on my way home.
Right, okay. There's an event at the Emmeline Pankhurst statue.
Oh, right.
You look like the moron doing that. So men that don't pass as women but try. Right. They're a women at all. And it's a slur. They call them, you're a brick. A brick.
He weren't talking like this earlier, was he? He wasn't talking like this earlier.
Just language I don't... So men that don't pass as women but try. Right. They're a brick. I got told that from somebody who was once within the community.
Usually it's specifically you're like big and like, you know, whatever.
Oh. Yeah. Bye, guys. Yes, cheers, guys. They are. Oh, come on, mate. That's a bit rude, isn't it?
It is, but this is a bit rude.
Is it? Tell me why it's rude.
It's not cool. You're a moron.
Tell me why it's rude. Articulate.
Can you come and tell us why?
Articulate your point without swearing.
But that's what you get.
Yeah. Oh, come on, mate.
But you look like the moron, mate. You look like the moron doing that.
Oh, look, gays. Wow.
Educate yourself. Educate myself, dickhead. Is that what you said? Come here and say it again. Come on.
I was just saying, thanks for a while away. He's a man, isn't he?
What?
He's a man.
Definitely.
I know, I can tell you.
Why is his response always like, I'll say it again? We already heard him say it.
Few giveaway signs, isn't there?
It's a decent one, that one.
Let's have a look.
Decent one.
That's good.
Watch
all right, mate.
one of your videos, man. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you, mate. Sorry. You've got a good dad.
Well, he's not my nephew.
Oh, right, okay.
They need to know.
You've got a good uncle.
They need to know the sport.
Yeah, absolutely. Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Good day, man.
Yeah. You got it?
Later in life, he's going to tell his kids that was Jesus.
Watch on YouTube, we love you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bless you, my dear.
You're my loss. Are you intrigued?
What by?
Well, my sign.
The message. So what he said. What's he trying to say?
Pardon?
What's he trying to say?
Well, it's quite self-explanatory.
No.
Yeah, trans women are men. So,
are they?
Yes. Well, unless you can tell me why. Well, biology. Well, their reproductive biology, strategy.
By biology, many different things.
Well,
I don't even know if I agree that Steve is uneducated. I think he has educated himself. But he's educated himself in a very specific way. You know what I mean? He's learned all the stuff that goes against the stuff that he's already against. And I think people on both sides do that as well, where they're not necessarily uneducated. Their education is just incredibly slanted, you know?
between what?
Explain.
XY chromosomes don't just stay as XY chromosomes. They do, mate.
Hold on. Let me speak. Let me speak. Let me speak.
You might be well. You've got to stay as XY chromosomes.
What? Did they change?
Explain. Explain to us.
Go on.
I've got to go.
Oh.
She saved him there. She saved him there.
That's a shame. That's a shame. That was going to be a good one, that. He says because you could change your chromosomes. I don't think. Yes, go on. Go for it. Another head shaker. Hello.
You're back.
I am.
I knew I had to see you.
How do you know that?
I don't know. I just...
You had a feeling?
Yeah.
Excellent. I think it's been
Oh, generally? Hey, maybe. I don't know. I think when he wants to learn about something, he does, and when he doesn't, he doesn't.
about at least a month since I was here, I think. Right, okay.
Like, he probably learned an awful lot about, like, conspiracy theories and shit like that, you know?
Oh, but thank you for the support. I appreciate it. Cheers. Is that rain coming? Yeah. I knew it was worth getting. This is one of those. Hello, are you doing all right?
Where you been hiding?
I've been in different cities around.
Your videos on that Hannah Spencer did.
Yeah. So that was the last time.
Wait, what? Wait, what? What's this? What's this?
I've been in different cities around.
Your videos on that Hannah Spencer did.
Yeah. So that was the last time I was here. So it was first. Yeah.
Are you coming next week?
No, I'm down in Wales next week.
Trying to stop the YouTubers out there now.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. I knew this would be a good idea to bring this. Hey.
I didn't have much to say about Hannah Spencer, though.
Yeah.
What's going on, man?
This Crackadilly or actual Piccadilly? I don't know what the difference is. They're in Manchester, if that helps.
Polarising.
Yeah.
Very polarising. That's what it's the ideology.
Oh, cheers, mate. Thank you.
That's the exact opposite.
Pardon?
Fuck you.
Come here and articulate
It's
your
a ladies' brawly.
point. Don't be like that, mate. It's rude. You've committed a public order offence.
Hang on.
Oh. Sorry, okay.
Not me out. I did the Matrix knocked us out.
I once got told off this woman. She's American. Who's in?
Here we go. Yeah.
Oh, you're back.
I just had a thought.
Go on.
I will discuss with you. You can define autogynephilia for me now.
Yeah. Okay. Autogynephilia is a male sexual fetish.
Wrong.
All right, tell me.
It's just the dressing up feminine gives you sexual pleasure.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
It applies to men and women. So that.
No, it doesn't. Why would it apply to women? Women are female. If women derive pleasure from being feminine, then it's just a different thing. Why would you apply it to women? And like, is AGP even always like sexual?
It's bullshit. You don't know what you're talking about, and you failed.
So it's a
dickhead. Very nice.
All right, so I was right, except it applies to women as well, apparently, autogynephilia.
Gynae.
Love of oneself as a woman. Yeah. That's what it means. It's Greek. Auto.
Yeah, love. That doesn't necessarily mean like a sexual fetish.
Self. Gyna. Woman. Philia.
Yeah.
Sexual. Autogynephilia.
Sexual. They're like the file on the end doesn't necessarily mean sexual.
No, yeah, gyna is woman. Yeah, it's Greek, isn't it? Autogynephilia, love of oneself as a woman.
Most wanted. I'll give you the YouTubers getting arrested.
Okay. I think they're trying to clamp down on, well, they're trying to clamp down on freedom of speech. And
okay, what about your YouTuber friends that clamp down on my freedom of speech, Steve? How about that one?
They don't like YouTubers portray.
What about the fact that basically all of the ones that were arrested assaulted people? Like blocked a bunch of people from going somewhere, which you're not allowed to do. Assaulted people, which you're really not allowed to fucking do. What has that got to do with freedom of speech? He's such a fucking loser.
In Manchester in a raw, unfiltered fashion, and that's part of it.
Yeah, because they don't know what they're hiding.
Yeah. I do think though that some
Billboard Chris still make videos, probably.
Some of the YouTubers don't conduct themselves in the best way that they could. I do things different, so they might want to look at that maybe.
Yeah, that's literally the point. Some of them are like fucking punching people and like shoving people. Chasing fucking MPs around. And they don't give a fuck about anyone else's freedom of speech. So I don't know, man. If it is their freedom of speech is getting taken away, are they not doing that to other people? Is that not, you know, can you really feel that bad for them?
Yeah, some want to agitate all the time.
I don't agitate no one.
So, yeah, but ultimately they don't like Manchester being portrayed, you know, globally, internationally, because we've got a reach now. And they don't like to, they don't want to show the raw, unfiltered Manchester. Put play boy. See his doggy costume, see his mask.
Oh, he's got a mask there. Like, what did this person even do? It just walked past.
Put play boy.
Like, start shouting at him. Shut up. What happened to? Oh, we don't approach. We don't talk to people unless they talk to us. Like, it's such bullshit.
His doggy costume, see his mask. He's got a doggy mask. So one of those put play masks. Put play mask hung on a carabiner.
Oh, right.
That guy with the blue t-shirt.
You're probably going to have some actual, like,
You see, these are the ones that parade under the pride flag at the pride marches. You know, a lot of the time they'll just have like braces on, or you know, leather fucking pants and braces. So the top.
I think this is pretty fucking weird, by the way.
Showing we'll put mask on, or studs and collars, you know what I mean? I think fantasizing about bestiality. Hey, keep it, if you want to do that in your bedroom, knock yourself out, but they're parading it so-called. It's difficult.
From what I've seen, most towards something.
Do you reckon? Hello. All right.
That's not man. Well, indeed, biologically they are men.
Yes. Yeah.
Should be ashamed.
I should be ashamed of what? Speaking reality.
The interesting thing is.
Just 1 second. Go on, mate. Sorry. Go on.
Yeah.
You said biologically true.
They are men, and that is why, if they compete in a women's sport, they would win.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's naturally they're stronger.
And they do, yeah.
Is it, what is it? Is it Christian? No? Is it? Are you from that like Christian?
No.
Is it?
No. 1 sec. 1 sec. Yes, it is to protect me. Thank you. Yeah. Keep it away from the kids.
We don't have this problem in our country.
What's your country?
Praise God, Singapore.
Singapore? No, they don't take any shit in Singapore.
We don't approve.
Tell me about Singapore. What's it like there?
Sorry, Singapore.
Really mainly be female, shouldn't it? You know.
It's like almost all people that agree with him. This is so fucking gay.
Protect them. The females are getting their sports invaded by men dressing up as women and getting.
Again, it's also outdated. That's why the IOC banned it. That's why the FIFA fucking banned it. All the other stuff.
Should really mainly be female, shouldn't it? You know.
It's like raising the alarm about transports like this just seems like completely pointless. Like, what's worth talking about to me is the fact that activists push it as something that seems necessary when it really fucking isn't, and actually kind of makes things worse, you know? It makes it seem like we're going after stuff that seems harmful or whatever. But like just raising the alarm about it in general, well, the trend is like reversing pretty heavily on that.
Protect them. The females are getting their sports invaded by men dressing up as women and getting attacked. And you know.
What do you think about the?
All your stuff.
Cheers, mate.
Fucking brave.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Love it.
Thank you.
Carry on. Yeah.
You know, in sport, there was a.
Not getting the content like he used to. He's still getting the views. Like, he's still doing just fine. I reckon he makes a decent amount doing that. But to be fair, yeah, I don't know. He's still getting the views. The content is pretty shit these days. I don't know who's watching this shit regularly.
There's a boxer.
Apart from me, but this is reset.
well, wasn't there?
Are you talking to me now? You said you were talking to him before.
The camera.
All right, okay. Well, you said you didn't want to speak to me a minute ago, but you're talking about a main Khalif.
Listening to him, you see.
All right, okay, go.
So I thought that'd be a bit rude to speak to you when I was listening to him.
He wasn't speaking at the time, but
he was actually.
Right.
Yeah. No, I'm just thinking about these athletes. There's some in America, wasn't there? And there's a boxer as well.
Yeah, called the main Khalif.
That's it. Yeah. What are your views on that then?
Well, he was a man.
That's right.
Wait, they're talking about trans and they're talking about Imam Khalif, who is not trans. Okay.
I think the women should stay in women's sport and the men should stay in men's sport. They're trying to gain an advantage on.
Exactly, man.
Or they're trying to.
Okay, there's someone that actually disagrees. So we'll see what this is. We'll see what this is. I might put it at normal speed. It's boring listening to him agree with people. It's boring just, yeah, you're right, mate. I think men's is men and women's is women. That's boring. That's boring. That's boring. When does this person start?
Cult member on a t-shirt. No. Are you in the cult?
Yeah, actually I am.
Nobody actually believes it's a cult. So it says gender ideology is a cult.
Yeah.
Are you part of the gender ideology cult?
What would that be then?
Well, it would be.
What kind of question is that? Bro.
Be this idea that your self-identified gender is more important and overrides biological sex, and anybody
to do being in a cult.
Well, anybody that speaks out against, if you speak out against it, you're lambasted, you're ostracised, you're shut down.
Well, you're obviously not ostracised because you're on the street.
I'm doing it, yeah, because I'm not in the cult. I've broken away. I'm on the cult.
Yeah, he's so ostracised. He's gotten like 77, like let's say 70k subscribers in a year of doing this. He's never been like really shut down by anyone. He said they are talking to by the police. When people have like assaulted him and shit, they're the ones that get in trouble. Like he doesn't really, he says this shit and he isn't really very good evidence of this. You know what I mean? You kind of can say this kind of shit nowadays.
You're ostracised, you're shut down.
Like, this kind of shit is far more a problem for trans people themselves. But then, does he give a fuck about any of that? Probably not.
Sex and anybody
to do being in a cult.
Well, anybody that speaks out against, if you speak out against it, you're lambasted, you're ostracised, you're shut down.
Well, you're obviously not ostracised because you're on the street.
I'm doing it, yeah, because I'm not in the cult. I've broken away. I'm on the cult. Anybody
you're speaking out against it.
Yeah.
But you're obviously not because you're on the street.
No, I've actually been physically attacked for doing it on the street.
Well.
What?
You are like spreading hatred.
Is it? So, what's hateful about it?
What's hateful about it? You're wearing a big sign saying trans women, keyword women, are men.
Yeah.
Well, for someone who would be trans, that's hateful.
Is it? But is it not truthful?
Well, no.
Can be hateful. I don't find it hateful. I just think he's a dipshit. Very big difference.
It'd be hateful.
Oh yeah, but it's truth though, isn't it?
Yeah, but you're going against what they believe.
Right.
To put it on a sign. To shout it all around in the streets.
But they're believing a delusion.
Yeah, but you're believing a delusion.
So are you telling?
I think you can say that you believe trans women can be women, or male people can be women, and not be supporting a delusion. It's not about, oh, you think you are, therefore you are. It's what other people think you are. So in some ways you are. I don't know.
Me that biological reality is a delusion.
Do you know what HRT is?
Hormone replacement therapy.
Yeah. Which replaces your hormones. So if a trans woman was on HRT for long enough, her hormones would be that of a woman.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's a man taking women's hormones.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad you know he's a man.
Yeah. So the big thing here is what he's saying isn't actually fact; it's opinion.
Enough would turn that their hormones would be that of a woman.
Well, he'd have estrogen in
then they would be
synthetic estrogen in his body.
So you just, but why? Why do you feel like that?
Because the truth matters in society.
The truth matters so much. You need to go into the street and tell everyone.
Yes.
It's such a lame argument. Like, bro, what he's trying to say surely is, well, I value sex much more than like gender or like presentation or artificially changing your hormones and stuff. But he just says shit like the truth matters. Like, he has been doing this for a year. When was his first one? It was like a year ago, wasn't it? How is he this bad? How is he this fucking bad? Wow, almost a year ago. It's painful. The problem is, like, he saw a lot of success quickly doing this. So I don't think he felt the need to, like, develop and grow and get better at anything. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Matters in society.
The truth matters so much. You need to go into the street and tell everyone.
Yes.
You can't just leave them alone.
The truth matters. I'm standing up not against people, but against the ideology.
Well, you are, because that's people. Those are real people that you're spreading that to.
Well, men and women are real people. Yeah. I'm not targeting any individual.
You are very obviously wearing a sign targeting people.
Not any individual. I'm targeting the cult, which you're a member. So I guess I'm probably targeting you if you tell me you're in a cult. But it's nothing personal, by the way.
It's nothing personal, but that sign's very personal.
It's not got your name on it.
Well, no, but trans women are men.
We need, like, the Oblivion music for this shit, man. What is going on?
Yeah.
That's targeting someone. Who is that targeting? Trans women, that's obviously.
It's targeting men LARPing as women.
And again, you think about the person that first talked to him, this person here. He sure as fuck wasn't talking this way to that person. It's really irritating. Like, I imagine this person will go and look at some of his other stuff. I doubt they'll bother with him, to be honest, but hey, maybe.
That's what it's targeting.
Alright.
I think. Okay, I mean, tell me why I'm wrong.
Tell you why you're wrong?
Yeah.
So you can post it?
Well, I do, yeah. Do you want a card?
He's posting it anyway. If you're talking to him now, you might as well, I guess.
I'll give you a card. You can follow it if you want. In fact, it's my last one. I'll keep hold of it. But yeah, I go up and down the country doing this. Where have I been? London, Brighton, Oxford, Birmingham, Liverpool, Hebden Bridge, Sheffield.
Country, then, haven't you?
Many internationally, America. Washington DC. I went to the first and biggest, obviously, detransitioners conference. Yeah. So all the detransitioners were telling me about all the harms it's caused their body. Yeah. Young girls having the breast removed. Young boys having the penis and testicles removed because they were caught in a cult.
That's their mistake, not everyone else's though.
Yeah, I know, but it's a serious mistake for them, and they've been led into it.
They shouldn't have made that mistake though.
By the cult. Oh, so it's there.
But there's loads of people who've gotten those surgeries and are happy with it.
There maybe for now, but
so then it's not. Transition. People said, "Oh."
It comes off a bit lacking in empathy when we say shit like this, right? Like, yeah, you should take it seriously. Like things like detransition. I think where it becomes most serious is like when it's kids. Like someone started as a kid and then they detransition later in life because they made decisions at a super young age. That's why we need to be super careful about that kind of shit. Like, it's fair enough to say you made an adult decision, it didn't work for you, and that just kind of how shit is, you know. But you can still take it seriously as well. Like maybe there's something to be learned. Maybe there's something to be learned from how people can get into it, how people can get into this for the wrong reasons, you know.
Actually, that's a bit of a mistake. I actually don't believe that.
Transition regret anywhere between 5 to 11 years, I think, something like that. So you've got time yet. Have you actually transitioned or just socially?
I don't think that's any of your business.
It's just socially, isn't it? Because you don't really believe it.
Is it just like a
Yeah, it's NHS waiting list sort of thing.
style or like a little?
You're what we call the trendy trans. The trendy trans.
Nice. So someone's a trans trender because they just transitioned socially. Okay, bro. Sorry, not everyone can afford fucking private fucking shit. Do you want them to go to Helen Webley? Do you want more money in her pocket? Probably not.
She said, if I had a penis, you could suck at it. Right, we've got to move. We've got to move.
Yeah.
Right, we've got to move. We've really got to move, mate.
Steve, your video, the Birmingham one, brilliant.
Oh, thank you, mate. Oh, cheers, pal.
How's things?
Yeah, really good.
Yeah. Any action today?
Yeah, loads. Right, we're off down to...
I've just been here going over to the...
Seem to ignore the older D-trans. Yeah, maybe. Well, that's the thing. It's harder to... I don't know, man. It's harder to know what to do in that instance. Because you probably shouldn't use it as a way to restrict, like, gender-affirming care in general. Like, there's not as strong arguments as to why you would parade those kinds of people around. So they go for the younger ones, which does sound cynical, you know. I think there is some... To some people it is, I'm anti-trans, these are people that regretted it, so we're going to use those people. I don't think that's cool. Like, if I listen to those kinds of people, like, it should be about understanding experiences and trying to find a way forward that avoids as much as that as possible, with the caveat it's still going to exist, like always. But it does kind of suggest how cynical it is. You know, we need the ones that are like the biggest victims.
St. Peter's now.
Well, there's one in St. Peter's Square. Yeah, that one.
Good one there.
Yeah,
there's more people at the good one when I went. Right. Some people setting up on the other side.
That doesn't start till 1. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Oh, cheers, mate. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, come down with us.
I'm Mr. T on Twitter.
All right, okay.
I'm always sharing and liking.
All right, cheers, mate.
Yeah, no worries.
Let's do it. We've got to make big strides. What time is it now? Quarter 2. Right. Right, we've got time.
The older ones make mistakes. What chance have the younger ones got? Well, yeah. I know. I'm not for child transition. I think it's quite serious that someone is, say, 12 years old and decides that they want to transition and make permanent decisions about their body. And then 10 years later, they're in their early 20s. Their life is still, like, barely starting. And now they've made, like, irreparable changes that they don't want anymore. Like, I think that's the most kind of serious version of it, I guess. But yeah, like, they should talk more to, like, older ones. And the thing is, I wonder if, like, older ones tend to be a bit more balanced in how they see it. Like, well, you know, I did this and it didn't work out and just kind of is how it is. I think there's the odd person that watches me or in my Discord that is like that. That hasn't become, like, anti-trans or anti-gender affirming care because of it. And those kind of people are no good to someone like Steve because they're not railing against it now. They're not like coming out with some, like, cautionary tale, which doesn't really serve Steve's interest. And you wonder how much he actually cares about any of that shit. It just seems convenient to him. I mean, what I will say is the end of the video anyway. What I will say is his audience doesn't give much of a shit about hearing from detransitioners. Where was it? Where was the thing? Oh, yeah. Oh, there's an older one here. There's Jessie Harris. An elder lesbian's 30-year journey to detransition. But yeah, these get fuck all views. Detransition Awareness Day, and they do a huge fucking conference, and he shows up, he flies to another country to show up to it. He has fuck all views for it. His audience don't give a fuck about any of that. They just want to see woke people supposedly acting embarrassing. Like, for them, it's just about, like, the drama and stuff. And I guess I understand it, but you wonder what it's all about. But yeah, I don't know. I have, like, a little bit of time, but I don't know if I want to watch anything else. Yeah, I'm in a weird position at the moment. Like, I think all the copyright shit kind of took the wind out of my sails a bit. I need to get on. I need to just start making some stuff. I'm not posting videos, like, almost fucking ever. I'm just doing, like, live streams, and it's just kind of... It's happening, and I pretty much forget everything that just happened afterwards. Like, I don't know. I still want to talk about like the Lily Tino thing, about how shit like all the A-log content is. And interestingly, I think the all the bullshit with like Trough and people like that kind of feeds into that. Because it's the same kind of shit. It's like people find someone that they can shit on, and it gains them some kind of like traction and some kind of audience. But what they're doing is like shit. And Lily Tino is like an amazing example of that. I'm not saying that the Trough shit was like kind of some kind of precursor or some kind of practice. There's just some shit that happened that I don't know, man. I find it funny. I find it funny when people find someone that they can shit on, but then they're the ones that are far more embarrassing, you know. I'll never understand people that A-log Lily Tino. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I don't like Lily Tino. I think Lily Tino says a lot of incredibly stupid things. Oh, I need to talk about allies. I need to talk about allies. It's just, it's finding the right kind of examples and just presenting stuff. Because like, there's so much shit out there. It gives that kind of option paralysis. There's so many fucking grifting fucking losers that call themselves a trans ally, and often like try and woke scold people like me talking about my own shit. The trans flag heart. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Like, has there ever been a more obvious fucking grifting, fucking clout chasing fucking loser? Honestly. And he has to be like overcompensating for like how much he's shitting on trans people as well. Well, that's all done now. Who fucking knows if he is ever coming back? Total humiliation happened. Absolute embarrassment. You know, maybe I'll watch a King Critical thing tomorrow or whenever next is the stream. Shapeshifter. Maybe I'll have a look at some point. I mean, I'd rather kind of find my own in. Like, when I can come up with like a kind of conceit, a way of like framing stuff, that's usually the best way. Deleted his shit. I know he deleted his lives on. The worst thing is, a part of me feels bad. Like, I don't know, man. We got on at one point. Yeah, there's one video about Parry. There are no lives. We've still got the shorts. And it's just weird random stuff. Well, that estrogen gel that he had for some. Six months ago, he was apologizing for his behavior. What the fuck even happened 6 months ago? I can't remember. I apologized for my behavior last night. I was unbelievably drunk and made a fool out of myself. I have 10 copyright strikes I need to rectify, then the VOD will be back. 6 months ago. What was he saying? What was he saying on his live yesterday? I apologize for my behavior. All this shit. All this shit. Unbelievably drunk. That's all the time. You can't even find the channel. It's still there at the Trough Live. It's still there. There's always Bullseye. I don't know what Bullseye is. I don't think I could do much with it, to be honest. You didn't see a server up. You could have been banned. If you were banned, you're not going to see it anymore. It'll just disappear. So it might still be there. I'm not saying make a fucking alt and try and join again. I'm not saying any of that. Quite frankly, is like done with now. He's a bit fucked. And a part of me feels bad, but at the same time, I don't know, man. I don't know. I got into the Firebat stuff because it was funny to make fun of him. I got into the Trough stuff because it was funny to make fun of him. And there's something especially funny about it being someone whose whole thing is trolling other people, but then can't take it in return. Because that was the ultimate issue. That's what really got him. Just not being able to take it in return. Like threatening to sue over like comments. Threatening to sue because I said that he was in the mafia when he literally told me so. His dipshit friend Aiko being like, yeah, she deserves it anyway. And then he says, oh, all I really cared about was like the pedophile thing and the, what was the other thing? The pornographer thing. Neither of which were my claims. So I guess Aiko was wrong there. I don't know. That's the only real mystery, to be honest. I have no idea why why Aiko specifically hated my guts so much. Because I very much got in her head somehow. I don't even know how I did it. Because I didn't know or care who she was. She was some annoying, condescending fucking freak that I spoke to twice in one day and didn't particularly enjoy talking to. It's very confusing to me. And I probably won't ever understand. I don't often get to ask people why they get a bad impression of me. And when I do, it's liable to just be, oh, well, generally, you just generally seem a certain way. It's like, okay. Sure. We're never going to be best friends. It is what it is. Who are we talking about? Oh, we're talking about the Trough. I was actually going to cover some of the stuff that went on last night because he got into it with several different streamers and really like lost his shit. Really made a fool of himself. He's been not being very honest with people and being like clout chasing people and people pleasing people quite transparently. And it started to irritate people. And like from my point of view, I made fun of him a few times and he couldn't fucking hack it. If he can't hack being made fun of by me, then he probably needs to reconsider what he's fucking doing. And that was the whole problem. Like, he wants to do some kind of lighthearted, just let's have some fun. And he could probably do that. He could come back and at least have a little bit of an audience and at least have fun doing what he's doing. He's not going to do that watching this guy that he's convinced is like this fucking giga rapist. Because it becomes like this moral crusade. You can't lolcow people like that. It doesn't fucking work. Someone like him works as a lolcow. Because he's done like immoral things and like as a criminal history and stuff. But it's not quite so serious. I've spent 3 hours in a call with Sunday and Aiko to prepare how to shit on people. I didn't see that one. I saw the one that Sunday did and then immediately privated. And what I know about that was that they were like coaching him when he was like, when we were DMing and he was like stonewalling me when I was just trying to ask him who he was bullshitting. And they were the ones telling him like, oh, just ask, try and find out what she wants. And it's like, no, I have one question. I said I have one question. I want to answer it. If you're not going to answer it, I'm going to fucking block you. And I ended up releasing the thing. Like, just is what it is. Just came out. Kept saying Aiko was high. Honestly, she just sounded not very logical. Well, people need to stop blaming like their substance issues. People need to stop. Well, sorry, like using it as an excuse, should I say? Because Trough does that. Trough did that all the time. There was all of this like, oh, I'm drunk. I'm always drunk. Oh, you talked. I called you whilst I was blind drunk, and you recorded it. Well, you're choosing to drink, and you're choosing to call people. And maybe it's getting a bit irritating to some people. I know, beyond that, he was making a fucking fool of himself and I wanted to make fun of him. That's my prerogative. Getting him fucking riled up was not very difficult. Wait, so when did he... Oh, was it Sunday's other channel? I can't even find it. They underestimated me. I mean, yeah. I don't know what they thought was going to happen. Said she didn't smoke until after the interview. Hands up who believes her. No, I don't care. Oh, was it the most recent one he did? Hang on.
All right, we're back.
Yeah, this must have been right after they cut the call because they were talking about Trough doing all this insane shit. Yeah, they were like coaching him. I don't get it. I don't know what the fucking point is. And it confuses me as to why he's seemingly showing up in my Discord, like trying to put me off and stuff. Like, I don't know. That was between him and whoever, to be honest. I don't really have any hard feelings towards anyone. You know, hating people is wasted energy. I think Trough is a fucking dick for sure, but like, coaching him to lose. Well, it didn't work. It started on April 8th. Was this on his old channel as well? You're probably gonna have to like DM me stuff because I don't actually know what stuff you're referring to specifically. But like, what was even happening April 8th? I can't even remember. I mean, it's kind of, I don't know, it's already kind of old news to me. It's already kind of done and dusted. You know? He tried the whole I'm a rape apologist thing. It didn't work out very well. Sorry about it. But yeah, you're gonna have to send me like specifics. I don't really know what's happening in that regard. And like Parry did a whole stream about the kind of the end of Trough or whatever. Stole my gift that I didn't make any. The moment Sunday got involved was the start of Trough's downfall. Maybe. I mean, the moment that his downfall started was when he got hyper offended that I called him a pussy. And at that point, it was pretty fucking easy, to be honest. He made it pretty easy for me at that point. You know, you can get a response from him very easily just by calling him names. Because he cares that I called him names. That's what it is. I called you names. Whereas me, like, if someone irritates me, it's probably more because, like, they fucking completely lied about me and stuff. And encouraging other people to do the same and, like, go around spreading shits and trying to get people to, like, personal army against me the way Aiko did. But it's all a complete, it was a fucking washout. So, hey. I mean, Trough started out, like, kind of semi-trolling me. And I started out seeing him as a fucking lolcow. I think I got to know him a bit. And I kind of felt like there was more there than just being some, like, retard. So maybe I kind of fell for it in a way, even if I never got in deep the way that someone like Aiko, for example, did. Started with that interview. Well, that interview was when he started thinking he was hot shit. People like that, I think. Whoa, sorry, my eyes are going weird. People like that, I think. Once they get confident, that you know it's gonna fucking go down soon enough. And it did, because he showed the fucking court dog shit. And that really, I mean, that from then on, that stream, that was the stream when I was like, shit. Like, this guy's the real target, isn't he? This guy's the real one you want to be looking at. This guy's like actually embarrassing and can't blame all of it on being completely fucking disabled. Because he's like actively like going after someone in this way. Trying to make himself look good, like troll shielding, you know what I mean? Troll shielding. And that's more interesting to me. Going, like, making fun of like a troll shielder is just far more interesting to me than going after the same fucking weird fucking wretch that said he did a fucking rape or something. April 8th is when I released the trial call. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that makes... Yeah, that would be... That lines up, because he was, like, coaching him and stuff. But that's all over. I mean, Aiko has distanced herself from Trough. Probably because Trough, like, threw her under the bus. I listened to the call with Sunday. And Sunday seemed to have realized it looks worse than he thought. And I do think he came in kind of ignorant, kind of not really knowing what was going on, and just took a side. I think it probably happens to the best of us. And honestly, like, listen, like me and Sunday talk again one day. My only real hope is that it's about something actually interesting, to be honest. I think that's about all else to say. There's no hard feelings here. To the Trough. Sorry for fucking your stream up. In my defense, it was very funny watching you spurg out. And in my defense, you're in the wrong fucking line of work if you need to get fucking blackout drunk just to turn a camera on and talk to nobody. And, you know, if he comes back and he actually finds some decent content and he eases the fuck up on the alcohol, maybe he'd make something watchable. Maybe he'd make something kind of interesting. It's possible. His issue is he's got no fucking instinct for like any kind of content. I feel like I'm struggling with the same shit too. I'm just watching whatever shit at the moment. And maybe that's another thing. Maybe that's another thing that feeds into why I got way too into this in the first place. Was that I'm kind of at a crossroads and I'm kind of stalling out a bit and I'm not sure what I want to be doing. Or I have ideas on what I want to be doing and it's just not quite coming together or something. So it was a distraction, I guess. But okay. He's obsessed with that call. Yeah, it really seemed to fuck him up that I released that. It's very Firebat-esque in a way. Firebat thought I was trying to be his friend when it was much more, I think you're a weirdo on the internet, it's kind of funny. I told him that, and I told Trough that as well. I told him, to be honest, I don't see you that differently. You're some weirdo on the internet that I find funny. And he started being a dick, so it's like, okay, well, let's see you spurg the fuck out in front of lots of people. Because it'll be fun. And that happened, so there's really no need for me to engage further. I don't need to watch all the stuff. You can watch it on Paris stream. Long line of work where you take advantage of your friends. Tread on people. Yeah, like, he's a fucking dick. I do get the whole thing where it's like, well, who cares? It's like someone who's a nobody. I do get all that. Like, he's some special needs weirdo, and like, beefing with him is kind of a bit ridiculous in and of itself. But I wanted to watch him spurg. I figured it'd be much more funny watching him spurg than watching Firebat spurg. And last night I had a lot of fun watching it. I had a lot of fun seeing the fruits of my labors. The fruits of my labor, should I say. Even if it maybe hasn't made me look amazing. Maybe there's people that look at it, well, I wouldn't want to fuck with that person. Well, that person probably wouldn't have fucked with me anyway. And at the moment, I'm in a low point, you know. At the moment, it's like 40 viewers. I probably get less viewership than Trough has been getting. And I don't know. I'll sort out what I'm doing with my content. I'll hopefully bring in more people. Because my big issue is I fucked off everyone by criticizing a lot of the right-wing shit. When previously I had that kind of audience and I placated them. I didn't placate them. I just kind of, I stayed agnostic on a lot of the fucking political issues. And I realized that I was being a pussy and I couldn't fucking do that anymore. Because a lot of it was pissing me off. And in my real life shit, it was pissing me off. Because these insane fucking people were charging down my street every fucking week, screaming about all this shit, about deportation, disrupting the absolute fuck out of the areas. I saw someone's video. I saw a video. It's not something I showed on stream, but I saw a video fairly recently of someone that actually protested at that hotel that's like near my house. And someone like said something like, local people fucking hate this shit. Local people are like sick of it. It's like, yeah. Yeah, the Kimmel video did not do me any favors. Me shitting on Sargon of Akkad for being a hypocrite on free speech pissed off so many fucking people. I think that might have been the single worst thing that I did in terms of like my reach. So many people, so many fucking people did not like that. I stand by it. He's a fucking hypocrite on that issue. You can't support like what the fuck was going on there and say you care about free speech. It doesn't work. And that's what I mean. I couldn't fucking stand it anymore. I couldn't fucking stand for it. I wasn't being entirely honest and I had to fucking change. It was that simple. If it means that I've lost fucking followers, if it means that I don't get the same viewership I did, if it means I'm making less than I used to, then I don't know. At least I can somewhat sleep at night. Prof got Aiko to attack me. Yeah. Like, it got like ridiculous. Like, spreading my shit around. Like, oh, look how transphobic this is. Like, the fake ally shit. The fucking grift. The fucking clout sharking. I genuinely don't like that kind of shit. And if it's some fucking worthless peon, then okay, wow. Well, I still don't like that shit, and I'm going to criticize it. And he can't fucking take criticism, so. We follow it to its logical conclusion, and he loses his outblowing shit. And that's what happens. Couldn't have happened to a nicer. Yeah, I hate talking about fucking immigration, man. Yeah, I don't placate other people. I don't placate people interpersonally. Like, the thing is, he uses that as if that's a reason he doesn't like. Okay, well then you're being like condescending. Then you're like trying to protect me from myself or something. Like, what are we doing there? The worst thing is, like, I guess this was all just fucking sucking up as well. But he talks about how he like respected that I kind of was honest about the political stuff and what was bothering me, even though it didn't do me any favors in terms of like, in terms of my own shit. Like, he said that. So it's like, oh, okay. It's cool to know someone that respects like the honesty and respects putting your principles above personal gain. But then it didn't pan out the same way. I don't know. I guess that was all just manipulation too. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, I'll give almost anyone a chance because my DMs aren't exactly fucking crowding. I talk to some people, I guess. I'm shit at getting back to people as it is. I'll give anyone a chance. But I'm not, you know, I'll deal with shit to a certain extent, and then it's like, okay man, you gotta go. And if you're gonna flail around on the way out and call me a fucking rape apologist, then I'm gonna make you spurg out. If the price to pay is some people think I'm unhinged as fuck or like psychotic as fuck, then cool. I want to see you spurg out, and you did. Yeah, I don't know. It's getting on a bit. I need to get food going soon. We're having pasta. My girlfriend's going to be home soon. And at the end of the day, I go to bed. I hug my partner, and I'm fine. You know, we're not rich, and we're not like fucking successful, and we're not influential, but you know, we have something like good. So I'm fine. I'm fine whatever happens, basically. That's the thing when you're used to being like insane, I guess. When you're used to having a lot of fucking shit in your life and stuff all the time because it's like inside of you. You get used to existing out of spite, and then you find things that genuinely matter and you hold on to them. And whatever happens, I'll never lose that. Yeah. Thank you for watching. I love all of you. Tomorrow I might be back. I might not. It's Thursday today, so I should be live either tomorrow or Saturday. I guess I'll see. And I will start making strides towards writing more stuff again. I really need to do that. I need to just find a way of getting through whatever block I'm experiencing and just fucking do it, to be honest. Maybe I need to find the odd thing I can just crank out quick things about. I'd much rather do way more scripted stuff and just stream here and there, if that's a better way of doing things. But we'll see. It's been off. It's been off recently. It'll come back. I'll find something that works, or maybe this won't work forever and I'll find something else to do. It doesn't matter either way. So yeah, thank you so much for watching. Have a good one. I love you all.